Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address. Add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Hello, hello, and welcome everyone to our big mega webinar, especially for AEO. We're going to talk about loads of engine optimizations for GEO, AEO, and local specifically in mind, hosted by the courtesy of Duda. So thank you everyone for joining. Please feel free to have a chat with us on the comment section. Just talk to us a little bit where you are from. What are you doing as well? You're an agency. Are you a developer? Are you an SEO or AO? What are you guys basically up to? Feel free to put that in the chat, in the comment section. And also feel free to pop in any questions during the show today. We have full 4 hours. My name is Ross Pustin. I'm going to be with you for the next 2 hours. I'm going to be hosting with wonderful speakers and panelists and talking loads about search engine optimization of the generative AI local aspects. And also just feel free to ask anything inside the comment section anytime that you have any questions in mind during this session as well. A little bit of an introduction of myself. So as I've mentioned, Ross Pustin, I've been doing SEO for 18 years. I'm based in London and I have my own agency, Brains Digital, and also technology-based for GEO. And we're basically helping clients to operate across their SaaS businesses and e-commerce. And here with me today, we have a special guest that is fully going to give us so much data and so many tests that they have done about local AEO. And Andrew Shotland, coming from California, right?
California,
right?
Pleasanton, California.
California, yep. Yes. And he's been doing SEO for 20 years. And he has an agency of his own, of course, for SaaS businesses and B2B and tech. Oh, yes. I am so excited to hear about this all too. Andrew, do you mind introducing yourself a little bit to the audience?
Sure. Thanks, Laraz. So actually, I've been doing SEO for longer than 20 years. As I was telling Laraz before this, I actually was doing it before I even knew what it was. And I was doing it badly. Like we'd redesign websites and lose a lot of visitors and we had no idea what the hell was going on. So anyhow, so that's kind of how I learned SEO, is having a bunch of startups. And before that, working at some big corporations like NBC and trying to get traffic out of the internet. And so for some reason, I thought it'd be fun to turn that into an agency where we help both multi-location, local brands, small businesses, all that kind of stuff.
Amazing, amazing. I always say like the agency businesses just grew on me. I never planned to be one. And it's just, it is what it is. Yeah. And it's just so fun. And it's something that we love to do. But yeah, like to just reference what you said about, where it was and what we were doing. We're just buying links at my time. I had like, an alter kind of email that I was using, just buying so many links to the businesses that I was basically helping with. Crazy. And I came from the gaming industry in the beginning, so it was crazy. Yep. Wow, we have people from Belgium and Greece as well. So pleasant awesome to hear from you all. Amazing. We're going to get started. We have loads of data to share with you today. The courtesy of, Chicago as well. Amazing. Courtesy, of course, of localseoguide.com. Go check this out. Andrew, the stage. Oh, Gary, hello. The stage is
Jerry.
Yours. Hello.
All right.
Feel free to share away. And yeah. Oh my God. We have a local AEO webinar, but so many global people.
Anton, can you share my presentation, please? I think that's what I'm supposed to do, right? There we go. All right. We're going to jump right into it. We've got a lot of information to talk about. So basically, for this webinar, I thought we'd do a bit of analysis on a lot of data and then also show you what we call our LMFAOs, local marketing for AI overviews, some tests that we've been running in this space for the last few months. And give you an idea of what we see working. So let's just jump right into it. First thing I want to show is I asked ChatGPT to create an image that represented extreme optimism. And this is what it came up with. This is extreme optimism. So I hope you're all feeling it right now. Working in this industry right now over the last year, the metaphor I use is I feel like I'm hanging on to the side of a speeding train. It is moving so quickly and it's kind of harrowing. And there's all this like, oh, SEO is dead. This is taking over. Anyone can do this now. Like machines are going to do everything. And there's just a lot of kind of stress, I think, because everyone's moving a million miles an hour. But I am going to argue that if you are into local search, you are in the what we call the pole position, meaning there's only so many pizza places in any city. There's only so many plumbers and so many electricians. Whereas every other topic on the planet, you're competing with the entire world. And so there's still competition in your local markets, but it's so much more manageable than competing with the entire world. And so I think the ChatGPTs, the Claudes, whoever's going to be the place that everyone goes to search this stuff, they're still going to need to reference businesses that are actually located in a city or a region where the searcher or chatter is. So you guys are all the smartest people in AI right now. So pat yourself on the back. So, okay, there. Now that everyone's feeling good, let's just jump right into it. So, it's not the slide I expected. Okay, well, so we worked with a company called Nozzle, who gave us access to about 15 million local queries. We also worked with a company called Local Falcon, which you may have heard of, which gave us access to 7 million local queries. And basically, we use that data to look at how AI is appearing on the search results and on the AI results, how that plays against local packs, and what that means for your business. So when we looked at the Nozzle data, 15 million local queries across 8 different verticals, what we found was we were looking, okay, what's showing up more often, AI overviews, or local packs in the main search results? And what we found was on desktop, it's about even. But on mobile, it's still more local packs than AIOs. And that may be, it's hard to say why, but my guess is it's probably a better user experience to have the local pack lists than the current like amorphous, ever-changing AIOs that have local packs in them. There's a very small number that have both AIOs and local packs. If you've seen those in the wild, you're kind of seeing a rare animal. And it looks kind of crazy and it's kind of stupid. You ask me, like, why do you have a list of businesses and then another list of businesses? But that's the way the local ads work. So I guess why shouldn't it work with AI? So let's keep going. Oh, this was supposed to be the first slide. This kind of just gives you a little data set of the size of the data we're looking at. All right. When we look at where these things appear, when both features appear, the AIOs are always on top, mostly, and on mobile SERPs, it happens a lot more often than on desktop SERPs. Again, this doesn't happen very often, but and it makes kind of sense that the way the AI, you don't see AI in the middle of the search results. You see it sometimes, but most of the time it's at the top. The problems we're seeing in AI is there are getting cited and getting mentioned. Getting cited means that the AI results expose a URL to your website, usually like a source. Says, hey, here's a source or something like that. And what we found is across these 15 million queries in Nozzle is that only 23% of the time on desktop did they show a cited URL or 2 or 10. And on mobile it was even worse, only 8%. So a lot of times we have clients asking who are a little sophisticated, saying, hey, are our URLs showing up in AIOs, in any AI results? And we're like, yeah, sometimes. And so even if you're cited, it doesn't mean you're visible. So they may reference your URL, but it's not like the user can even see it. So being cited is kind of a good signal that, hey, you're relevant for whatever the person is talking to the AI about. but it's kind of the lowest form of relevancy, meaning like, okay, you're good enough to be part of the result, but not good enough to be in my face as a real option to select. And then there's mentions, which is, hey, they mentioned my brand. And the question is like, great, so they mentioned your brand, but did they link to you? And what we found across the nozzle data set was that on desktop, only 12% of the brands mentioned were actually linked. And on mobile, it was twice as high, about 28%. So my guess is this is going to change, over time as publishers, kind of get angrier and angrier about how much traffic Google is keeping for themselves. But right now, like I wouldn't, even if you show up in AI results, I wouldn't expect a lot of clicks to your website. And we see that across all our clients. We have clients that have millions of Google clicks a month, and they show up we can't track them all, but they show up probably in millions of AI overviews, and they get like 1,000 clicks a month from ChatGPT or something. And right now, with the problem with AI overviews is we can't really attribute any clicks or anything really to them, other than if we ask our leads to self-report, and we do that for all our clients. We basically say, hey, you have to ask where these leads came from, because that's the only way you're going to know if they're finding you in AI. And I can tell you from Local SEO Guide's own leads coming in, right now it feels like half the people who find us said, I found you on ChatGPT or AI. AI results change all the time. This is a 30-day overview. Don't worry about looking at that small set of graphs. You can study that later. But it's basically showing different algorithmic volatility over 30 days across the different verticals we looked at. And so what we're seeing across telecom keywords, so like wireless store near me type stuff, basically the presence of AIOs like dropped by half over 30 days. But in the fashion vertical, so like clothing store near me, women's clothes, kid clothes, it almost doubled over that time. And so there's probably some rhyme or reason to it, but I'm not smart enough to figure out why Google is changing these things all the time. My guess is they're just constantly testing against usability, user satisfaction, ad revenue, all that kind of stuff. And so expect this to change all the time. This shows across the 8 verticals we study the percent of responses that had local packs and those that had AIOs. And what we see is across everyone over the last, I forgot what the data is, 30, 60 days, the presence of local packs is held constant across all these search results, except if you look at the top right in local services, so plumbers, et cetera, what we see is suddenly over about a week ago, what we saw is AIOs started to increase and local packs started to decrease. So I don't know what that necessarily means for us, but it means I would expect, my guess is local services is where Google has really dialed in monetization for local businesses. And my guess is they're probably going to use this as their testing ground for AI ads.
And also just a quick kind of answer to Mike Murphy, the MM. Yes, we are talking about, every time we're mentioning AIO's local pack as well, we are, for this one, we're basically using Google and Gemini. Of course, you can ask also questions about Bing, whatsoever Bing places, anything like you want to place in comments, but we're focusing now for Gemini and Google when we talk about AIOs.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in Bing about AI, but all of the action is really in Google.
That's the volume.
ChatGPT. I'd say across all of our clients, if you looked at AI refers, ChatGPT is the number one by like 100x.
I see this too.
And then we can't tell how much Google AI overviews is sending traffic, but I'm pretty confident it's much greater than ChatGPT. So This just shows the incidence of local packs across some of our verticals. So 92% of the queries, the 15 million queries we're looking at, or actually this would be about 1 million queries or 2 million queries. In self-storage, 92% of the queries still show local packs. In local services, 79%. So while AI is a big thing and people are definitely using AI a lot more to find businesses, the good news is that it's still all about local SEO for at least for now, like getting found in that local pack. Because what we hear anecdotally is, yeah, people do their research in the AI systems and then they go back to Google search and click around to verify, validate stuff and get in touch. So when we looked across all these domains, all these queries, well, like who were the biggest sites that showed up most often as cited? And of course, it's Google, YouTube, and Reddit. YouTube showed up 18% of the time as a citation. I can't remember what Google's was. It was enormous. But if we go to this is the top domains that showed up across our data set. We call them the everywhere domains. And so basically, these ones cross all verticals or most verticals. And in this slide, it shows what number of verticals they were in. So like TikTok was in 6 of the 8 verticals, Yelp in 6 of the 8 verticals, Walmart, 4 of the 8. So basically, one of the ways AI works, right, is getting your brand mentioned on other sites. And so what this is implying is that, hey, these are the sites where you really should be focused on getting your brand mentioned. These aren't the only sites. I think there were about 400,000 total domains that showed up in this data. So it's very long tail. But certainly it couldn't hurt you to be, to be present on Google, on Reddit, on YouTube, et cetera. And the google.com results were mostly Google business profiles. So hopefully those of you with local businesses are already showed up there. All right, so let's just go into the verticals. We looked at all the citations in the different verticals, and again, Google was the big winner across mobile and desktop. But as we went into different verticals, we could see different types of sites. So, for example, the directories in local services, Yelp, Home Advisor, Angie.com, HomeDepot.com. These are all very common in normal SEO, and so why wouldn't they be very common in Google's AIOs as well? So again, if you want to do well in local services, you probably need to be on Angie. You probably want to be on Yelp. In real estate, kind of depressing, I thought, in real estate. So if you're in the real estate market, every search result is dominated by Zillow, Trulia, Realtor.com, et cetera. And there's no getting around them. And it's the same with AIOs. These guys were, I can't remember the percentage, but a large percentage of the citations were these big portals. So again, sorry, realtors, you really need to be on these portals as a basically validation for your business for AI. In e-commerce, basically, again, we see these very big domains are the ones that are winning, right? These the Home Depots, the Amazons, the Lowe's, the Walmarts. Google, in this case, the Google.com URLs are Google Shopping and YouTube. The great thing about seeing YouTube in all these channels is YouTube is probably it's kind of easy, right, to create videos and upload videos about whatever the heck you want. Whereas with Google, hey, you can only have so many Google business profiles. Maybe you can get your products on Walmart, et cetera, but you can't get your store on Walmart, meaning like your physical retail store. Self-storage, this one, again, is kind of like real estate. The big national brands were the winners. And then in fashion, it's kind of the same thing. Macy's, Nordstrom, Amazon, but Reddit also showed up in this one pretty well because I guess a lot of people want to know, like, where can I get a cute dress or something like that. But still, YouTube and Google, biggest citations. Telecom was kind of interesting. A lot of the telecom queries, so about wireless, was depending on how we formulated the query, instead of showing local packs, showed informational content. So about 79% of the AI overview of the desktop results were AI overviews that were more informational. So not like, here's a set of businesses, but more like, hey, you're looking for a phone. How about an iPhone or an Android or whatever? Or here's how to pick out an Android. So what this showed us was something that I think most marketers know already inherently, is that informational queries are biased towards AI results versus like, hey, I need a doctor in Pleasanton, which is more of a very high intent local query. All right. Oops, wrong way. Now let's go to the Local Falcon data. So for those of you who don't know, Local Falcon does grid ranking, where they basically figure out your ranking on Google Maps or on ChatGPT even at very specific points in geography. And so they looked at 7 million queries that were all local, so like Dallas, doctor, that kind of thing. And they looked at ChatGPT and the 3 main Google AI surfaces, Google AI Mode, Gemini, and AI Overviews. And what it found was that AI Overviews were the least likely to show up for local searches. So when you're just searching regular Google and you do a local search, only about half the time AI Overviews were showing up. This was from April to July. My theory is this was like the fun times. Like I can't believe this isn't going to be this time next year at the same level at about 90% as Google dials in its AI experience and its AI monetization. Let's go to the next one. What's kind of interesting is these AI systems are not in sync. 91% of the time, they disagree on the top recommendation for the same exact query. And 61% of the time, all 3 name a different number 1 query. Only about 5% of the businesses that were resulted showed up on all 3 when we did these searches. And not one of the comparisons returned the same business list on all 3. So these systems are, I don't want to say wildly different, but it feels like just because you rank number 1 on one of them doesn't mean you're going to rank number 1 on all 3 of them. And so unfortunately, or fortunately, this leads to a lot of work figuring out, well, how do these things work? Or why? And the good news is, for now, I'm pretty confident AI Overviews in normal Google search is probably used 90% of the time. Like Gemini, probably you're being forced on that through the Google apps. And AI mode, like it's definitely there, and so people are using it. But I find it hard to believe that a huge percentage of people are using those versus just plain old Google search with AI Overviews. So if you only have limited amount of time, like everyone does, I'd focus on Google AI Overviews, but I'd want to kind of know how these other things work. This is the same data. This one's one of my favorite slides. Actually, do I have it? Man, forgot to scrub this up. Okay, so so basically, Local Falcon looked at reviews across these queries. And basically what they looked at is the correlation between the number of reviews you have and the chance that an AI names your business. And so these 3 bars are, the green is ChatGPT, the blue is AI Overviews, and the black is Google Maps. And what it shows is getting up to 200 reviews definitely correlates with increased presence in these AI systems. But after 200, it kind of flatlines. And so for those of you who you're SEO agency, or if you are an SEO agency, and you know that every call you have with your client, the number one thing he says, well, you need to get more reviews. Yeah, you really need more reviews. That's the problem, probably. I can't tell you why you're not ranking. It's probably more reviews. Well, what we show, at least in this data, is more reviews after a certain point don't really do much. at least for appearing here. What more reviews do affect is it seems if you show up, it seems to make you show up across more map points. So basically, when you had 0 to 50 reviews and you showed up, you had about a 28% share of the map. But when you have 1,000+ reviews and you show up, you have about a 45% share of the map. So that's actually a significant difference. So maybe you should listen to your SEO guy and get more reviews.
I think also it relates to the sentiment. Like, of course, if you have like thousands of reviews and I don't know, you have like a really poor business. I don't know, you have like 3 point something overall rating. So it does make sense to get more positive reviews, improve basically your relationship with your clients for future reviews. And I think that the sentiment ones is also something that also being taken into account in AEOs every time that I see it, because it says, like, also in, for example, in ChatGPT, but also in AIO reviews, you kind of see that customers are saying that, the overall sentiment about the brand. I think that's where it's important to invest a little bit with reviews, in my opinion.
Yeah, and in fact, about 6 months ago, I was working on some data with Yext, and we definitely saw a correlation between positive reviews and ratings and increased presence in certain of the AIs. I think ChatGPT was the one that was most influenced by it, but I don't remember.
Yeah, that's true. If you don't mind, there's a really good question over here coming from Brenda Fish. What about old reviews versus new? What do you think about that?
Well, there've been a ton of studies about recency of content and how the AI results are biased towards recent content. I can't say for this data set that we looked at recency as a factor. Mm-hmm. So it's easy enough for me to say, yeah, freshness is better, but I can't prove it. But it sounds to me like all the data we've seen on SEO, so ranking in Google Maps, is recency seems to help. And so so it seems like it would help in AI as well. I'm not going to dive too deep into this because I think Malt is going to have more data on this, but this shows basically where how each AI system locates the user. And this is one of the reasons why you might get totally different results is they all treat your location slightly differently. And then what are the local sources? So I highlighted the ones I thought were the most interesting. So as an example, ChatGPT is a Bing index, Foursquare, Yelp. They just announced a big deal with Yelp. No Google reviews. So if you're like, hey, your client's like, hey, I need to show up better in ChatGPT, well, maybe you need to get some reviews on Bing. So stuff to think about. This is kind of interesting. So 4 out of the 10 US local markets across this data, ChatGPT's top recommendation never showed up in Google Maps recommendations. So what that means, again, is fortunately or unfortunately, there's more work to do in terms of getting you to show up in ChatGPT. So if you're number one in Google, odds are you're not going to be number one in ChatGPT. So you need to work at that. And if you're not number one in Google, well, congrats. Now you have an opportunity to be number one in ChatGPT. This is some data I did. We have access to this. Some of you may have access to the generative AI features report in Google Search Console. We have several large multi-location brands and some small ones that have access to it. And I thought it'd be interesting. All you get right now is impressions by URL. And so so I looked at all of that data we had, and I did a weighted average of what is the percent of location pages that are getting impressions in the generative AI report. And we found that about 15% of all the AI impressions were going to location URLs. And this is across 3,000 US locations from 6 different multi-location brands. And if we looked at those impressions across all impressions, so not just Gen AI impressions, but all Google impressions, it's about 2% right now of the location pages, at least, get impressions. We're missing a lot of local traffic because, we didn't include the home pages, which probably show up for a ton of local stuff. But Anyway, I thought this was kind of interesting, and it shows that, okay, maybe this local stuff isn't as huge as we thought it was in AI overviews yet. I mean, it's only 15%, but still across these businesses, 15% is a huge number. Okay. And then those of you might be seeing, I might be in a test bucket, but we're starting to see LMM ads show up in AI overviews, or AI mode actually is where we see them the most. And this is one version of how they look. It's kind of a slapped together list of ads at the bottom after a result. I've seen it sometimes look like a row of like a local carousel, but I can't believe those things drive any clicks. But Google's probably gonna, they're probably gonna really dial down on these things and optimize them. And my guess is they'll end up becoming pretty effective. Just anecdotally, we have some clients that have been running local ads in ChatGPT's system, and they have nothing but horrible things to say about the quality of those ads. So they call them basically the worst display ads you've ever bought. But that'll all change. The ad systems will get a lot better. Okay, so now let's go into our LMFAOs. Like I said, we're gonna show you just a bunch of tactics that we've been testing. I want to underscore, these are all anecdotal. Do not take these things as, oh my God, this guy did so much scientific research and this is how it works. This is just what's working for us today, or maybe yesterday, and may not even be working now. I haven't checked the analytics today. So strap in. So basically, local citations. Local citations are business listings on like Yelp and yellowpages.com, et cetera. For many years now, they've been kind of derided by the local SEO industry. They used to be important. Now they're kind of just like nice to haves, but maybe don't move the needle as much. But as I thought about how LLMs work, which is, hey, they look at 1 billion documents on the web, or pages. That's what the scientists call them, documents. And then they say, okay, these are the ones that are relevant to whatever the topic is. And is your brand mentioned on there? It's kind of like a very simplified way of perhaps how it works. And then once it says, okay, your brand's mentioned there and this document is relevant, then it kind of does what I call roll the dice and decide, well, what's the document I'm going to show today or even this second? And there's probably a million different reasons why they show a document or a result, but it's basically like a roll the dice every time. It's like taking all the results and just randomizing is probably overdoing it, but it feels random to me often. And so I thought, wow, you know what? If the goal in AI, one of the goals is to get mentioned on third-party sites a lot with relevant content, well, multi-location or local brands have an advantage because there's literally thousands of business directories out there that all have pages or documents about our business at that location. And if I have 100 locations, well, there are hundreds of thousands of pages out there. So I thought, okay, what if it really is like rolling the dice? What if all the dice had sixes on every side? Well, then maybe I would show up more often. And so I decided we'd do a test. And basically what I did was I looked at our Google Business Insights for a client, and I looked at 20 locations. And I basically had Claude export, we exported all of the searches breakdown. They list these keywords that you show up for. We export it, and I had Claude say, hey, check out these queries, then look at our services on our website, and look at our business description on our Google Business profiles, and tell me which ones are not. Tell me what's mentioned on our website that's neither in our business profile or significantly in the queries that are showing up. And then I want to rewrite the description. And so for this company, they do what's called construction site services. So they rent porta potties at your construction site. And so what we found was they didn't have the phrase construction job site bathrooms. Like, that's a thing people search for. And so we basically took the original description and added, we're the best place to rent construction job site bathrooms. And we updated Google Business, and we updated our local citations with that through Sochi. These guys are on Sochi. And We did that on July 20th, 20 citations. This is what happened in Dragonmetrics. Thank you, Dragonmetrics. They supplied this, they're an AI tracking service. They supplied this data for free for us. And what we saw was on July 20th is when we updated things. And about 3 or 4 days later, we started seeing an increase in visibility in Google AIOs for these 60 prompts we're tracking for these 20 locations. I haven't checked this morning. This probably went down today because I can't believe this is going to last. My guess is Google liked or saw like this little injection and was like, oh, that's cool, and tried it out. And then it said, okay, that's not cool. But right now we saw an increase. So maybe you should be testing updating pages around the web that you control is the lesson here, because you might see an increase like this. This was a friend of mine, a company called Search Forecast, a guy named Mark Phillips. He's an Australian SEO. And I asked him, hey, do you have any cool things you did? And he said, oh yeah, there was this flooring company in Australia. They have 140 locations. We just updated their Google Business Profile services, and they're tracking it in Profound, an AI tracking service. And they say they saw almost an instant growth rate in visibility in various Google AI services. I haven't tested this one myself, but seems like very akin to the one I just showed you. And I think, again, these aren't like rocket science things. These are things you would do normally as part of a local SEO plan. But what's happening is we weren't tracking all these LLM things before. Now that we're tracking, we're like, oh, wow, that works. So give that a shot. Bottom of funnel. We work with a bunch of B2B SaaS companies and startups. And I was like, oh, why don't we just take the strategy we're using for them, their content strategy, and apply it to local businesses. So this is a very standard content system, bottom of funnel content system for a B2B SaaS thing. You create comparisons pages with your competitors and you list pros and cons. You create a pricing page versus your competitors and yourself. You create pages about services and pages about verticals and pages about your location if you're local. And so for each one of these, there's some basic stuff you can do. So a comparison page, like just take the current reviews and stats from, I don't know, G2 or Capterra or whatever, or in your case, from Google, from Yelp, from TripAdvisor. You want to be unbiased. You're not going to say that other guy sucks. You're just going to say, here's why they're good. Here's why we're good. But you really want to be a resource. And the way I stumbled on this a billion years ago because I was working with a Yellow Pages site in Australia, and they wanted to be #1 for plumbers in Brisbane, in Australia. And they tried everything. And I said, why don't we take all the plumbers that are already ranked #1 in the top 10 in Google and list them on your plumbers in Brisbane page? So you're kind of mimicking what Google said. We did that. And in 24 hours, they were #1 for plumber in Brisbane. And because we were basically giving Google, we were repeating back what Google already thought about that topic. And so AI, kind of the same thing. You want to be a resource. You want to be like a list of stuff, because that's what shows up in AI often. So I have a friend, David. David Victor is a very good SEO guy. He lives in the Bay Area where I live, and he has a company called Boom Cycle. And Boom Cycle ranks for a lot of stuff all over the Bay Area, and it kind of annoys me because I want to rank for stuff all over the Bay Area. And what really annoys me about David is this is David. David actually, for several years, was the lead vocalist and lead guitarist for the band Boston. And then I guess he got tired of the road and decided to become an SEO. And so he has a lot of links because people link to him for all this Boston stuff. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to kind of hijack David because I bet a lot of people are searching for this guy because he's so interesting. And so was it yesterday, 2 days ago, I made a page. And the page is Boom Cycle Digital Marketing Competitors and Alternatives 2026. And within less than an hour or two, I just requested indexing in Google Search Console. I now own the Boom Cycle Marketing Competitors AI result.
Amazing.
And you can see it's not huge, but that right side just shows the Google Analytics traffic to that page for 2 days. I've gotten grand total of 4 clicks, big deal. But I've gotten about 20 Google impressions a day off it so far. And this isn't any big thing because no one has a page like this, so I can totally dominate it quickly. But if you think about it, all of your local competitors are like David. Some of them are really popular, some of them are never heard of. But when someone's thinking of hiring them, they might be looking for their competitors. And so this is a really easy tactic to kind of hijack these queries. The key is getting your client to go along with it. Most clients are like, I would never do that. Some of our more adventurous ones do it, and they make some money out of it. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. You can read this, but basically, pricing, same thing. You should be very declarative about what your services are, how much they cost. Pricing is like one of the top things people look for. How much does XYZ cost? Services and processes. Be very declarative about what you do. This is already standard SEO stuff, but look at the language that's showing up in the AI and kind of mimic it. You want to be like, so as an example, you might want to say, here's what you get from a local SEO guide, SEO audit, because then the AI is going to play that back. Well, local SEO guide does audits, and here's what you're going to get. And they might push down your competitors because they'll spend more time describing your stuff. Verticals is really strong, especially the nichier you go. Like we just did an audit for a security guard company. So now I'm like, we should create a page called SEO programs for security guard companies. And I bet there are only like 2 other sites out there that do that. And I bet anytime a security guard company searches in AI, we'll show up for it. And then location. This is a real category. I didn't understand this category existed until last year when the Association of Dog Waste Removal Services asked me to speak at their conference, and I was like, what is this business? But it's a real business. So, but having location pages, again, a standard SEO thing, but it actually, in a lot of ways, works better in AI than in SEO, and I'll show you what I mean. If you go to our site, you'll see this very crappy city directory that I made like a year or 2 ago. I created pages for all of the Bay Area cities. I made them slightly different. If you go and look at them, they're not too different, but they're different enough. And the main thing here is if you go to the bottom of each page, when I made these pages, I looked at who the top SEO agencies were in Google for the search for that site. So this was Clayton, California. So I basically looked at Clayton, California SEO agencies. These were the top 5 at the time, and I just put all their information at the bottom. No user will ever see it, but Google will see it, and ChatGPT will see it. And so what you see, this is the search I did for Palo Alto local SEO company in incognito mode a day or 2 ago. I don't show up every time for this query, but what you can see is I'm all over this query. And in every city in the Bay Area that I have a page for, I pop in and out of these things all the time. And I'm pretty confident I get leads out of this stuff because we've been getting a lot more people coming in our contact form from the Bay Area than we have since I did this.
And also it gets me to a discussion that I had earlier with one of my clients is we're not aiming anymore for the mass volume. We're not. We're aiming for, it's like the KPI traffic thing. It's not there anymore. It's not there. It's 2026. We're looking for the quality traffic that can potentially be converted. Yes, it's going to be even 1 or 2 from that specific action, but that's the main KPI, conversions. Unless the mass traffic KPI that we were targeting even a year ago and then explaining, the CTR was eaten by AI overviews. I think that's the play people need to understand. KPI traffic is dead.
Yeah, I agree. And you've got to be, when you do these goofy tactics, you really need to think hard about the call to action and how the landing page is not going to appear goofy and self-serving, right? You don't want to be, hey, we're the greatest. You want to be like, hey, we're helpful. And hopefully that will get someone to convert. Just a little more data. This is, we're tracking this project in Scrunch, another AI tracker. You can see the mention rate across all these cities, and there's 3 sets of keywords: best SEO agency, local SEO agency, and maybe best local SEO agency. we're mentioned across all these different platforms and we're cited across all these different platforms. And I think this is a decent rate, actually. 20% is actually showing up 20% of the time. Not bad in LLMs. 100% would be awesome. And this is interesting. Across the keywords that have local SEO in them, we're cited much more than we are for just SEO and best SEO. And I'm guessing that's because it's in our brand name. Because when I started this company, I was like, oh, I'll just call it Local SEO Guide because I want to target exact match keyword. I guess it worked. Company called Moonrank, another AI platform. I happen to know the founder, and he gave me in a case study that he did show you how AI works. They basically have a system that automatically creates content for you and automatically publishes it to your WordPress site every couple of days. And so this was for a gelato guy in Miami, and I think was this like 9 posts or something they published over a few weeks. And basically, when we looked at the data, if you search for best gelato in Miami and best plant-based ice cream in Miami, I don't know who's doing that, but they now show up in ChatGPT, Gemini, and Perplexity, whereas 30 days ago when they started, they were not. They also became #1 in the local pack for best gelato in Miami. So publishing content actually might make sense versus when you're just publishing it for SEO reasons and no one ever came to your content, or if they did, they were from out of state or something like that. There's a lot of SEO hate on programmatic AI optimization for good reason. You could really damage your website and lose a lot of traffic if you scale up too quickly. But you also can make a lot of money. This is a pretty big retailer. They have over 1,000 locations that we work with in the US. In April, they launched 25,000 programmatic URLs. And they were targeting variations. The example I give is steel MS 172 CE chainsaw blade size. This wasn't the query, but it's like a similar type of query. So you could see it being different models, different makes, and basically all making chainsaw. And so it was basically a query like that. And this is the real data from Dragon Metrics. Unfortunately, I don't have when it started. It started from 0. These pages didn't exist. So there was no visibility, but it instantly got visibility in Google AI overviews. And it instantly started getting clicks from Google. And that drop that happened at the beginning of June was because the SEO guy there decided to add about 25,000 more pages that weren't as good as these pages. And I think Google kind of choked on it. But they're still getting a ton of traffic and they're making an incredible amount of money off of this. This was a tactic we recommended 6 years ago when we started working with them. And they finally had an SEO guy who had enough gravity in the organization to get it approved. And they did it. And now the company's like, what else can we do? Right? Because it's basically like free money. So make sure you have a really strong brand. These guys have a strong brand. Make sure there's a reason for these pages to exist, and then don't push your luck, right? I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through these. I asked a bunch of other local SEOs to give some tips. So if you want to read, we have Greg Gifford, Dana DiTomaso, Matt McGee, Amy Toman, Crystal Tang, Adam Dorfman, and Mr. Will Scott. And I'm going to leave you with one more tip. Fan out queries. These are the queries that LLMs do when you do a query. They basically break that down into several queries. And so you can see, if you see what the fan out queries are, you can start to try to optimize for those. As an example, if ChatGPT used Bing, you want to be in the fan out query searches results for Bing. And so there's a tool called the Reso NEO Chrome extension that you can use to automatically get ChatGPT fan outs. You can see as an example, I did this morning, best Palo Alto SEO agencies, and ChatGPT does site:/clutch.co SEO agencies Palo Alto. That's a signal that maybe you should be on Clutch if you want to rank for this. Bing Webmaster Tools provides grounding queries, which is the same thing for your site for free. So connect to Bing Webmaster Tools. You can use your Google Search Console login to do that. You can also, if you add Microsoft Clarity to your site, it also gives you a lot more data on this. And then there's a link here to how to extract AI overviews fan outs with Screaming Frog. It's a little techie if you're into that. And then one of the last things I'll share is I use Claude to every day. So people on LinkedIn are sharing AI tips all the time. I can't keep track of it all. And so when I see something I think is interesting, I save it. And then every afternoon, Claude looks at what I saved and adds it to this Google Sheet. So if you'd like to basically subscribe to this, just use the QR code or click on that link in the deck, and I'll get a note, say, hey, you're requesting access, and I'll give you access to it. And you can keep track of this stuff over time. And hopefully I'm only saving good stuff, and I clean it out every once in a while. And then, so I think to wrap it up, I think understand how your SERPs are changing. You definitely want to keep an eye on what's getting cited. You definitely want to control what's being said about you over the web. You definitely want to test. And I think local SEO is still like the #1 thing you're going to be doing. And then Dragonmetrics and Moonrank were nice enough to give you guys some discounts in exchange for us promoting the crap out of them. And if you ever want to like go over this stuff, have any questions about this stuff, here's how to get in touch with me. And there's a link to the presentation right here. And now I am done.
Amazing. Wow. I took screenshots and shared it with my team like simultaneously. So thank you so much for this. Super insightful. We have 10 minutes before we're going to the next session. So I would like to have some kind of a questions from the audience. Let's go a little bit up and about, that's an interesting one from Gerardo Evangas, 46110. So what about WebMCP forms that basically are using agents to place orders directly? Will the AI basically will go to the nearest companies, or basically based on reviews and overall authority? What do you think the algorithm will be based with an AI agent basically crawling your website and interacting with it?
So basically, I'm like, hey, I want some shampoo, and go out and get it. And it's going to be like, how's it going to pick me, my business? I think so the answer is I have no idea. But I'll guess it'll be partially based on personalization. It's going to ask you like, hey, do you want something nearby? Or do you want to go to like an online order or something like that? Do you want to pick it up? Do you want delivery? It's going to do all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then based on that, I think it's going to make a decision. If you shop at Amazon all the time, I guess it'll go to Amazon, right? If you use Shopify all the time, it's going to go to Shopify. All that kind of stuff. So I think it's going to be highly personalized. That's what I think. And so there's going to be no one size fits all, because I can see it when I'm asking Claude or Gemini or whatever to do something, it always asks me a bunch of questions. Like, did you mean this? Or do you want that? Do you approve of that? And with agent commerce, I think it's going to have to do a lot of approving before you let it buy you something.
Exactly. And also, when you're talking to ChatGPT even today, it knows so much about you already. So it's like, okay, I know that for example, me, I'm in London doing SEO with whatsoever. So even if I'm consulting about specific business, it prioritizes the location and my background. So everything is super personalized. Going on to the next question. LWAL 2010. How do AI search engines decide what content to use from a website? Do they prioritize blog services pages, FAQ, schema markup, or other content? What tip can you give her or him?
The thing we've noticed is it tends to grab the stuff that's closest to the top more often than not. So you should, and then basically you want to answer the question as quickly as possible. Whatever the question is you're trying to answer with that page. So how much does it cost? Well, it costs, an SEO audit costs $30,000, but for you, $25,000. And so I think and then you also want to look at what is showing up in the results. So LLMs seem to like information in tables for some reason. So maybe you should put your information in a table and make it very structured. As far as schema and stuff like that, I haven't seen any real evidence that adding schema does anything for AI. There's plenty of it does or it doesn't. It's so easy to add. I don't get why everyone thinks schema is the hardest thing in the world. It's a joke to add schema to most things. Here's a tip, though. Here's a schema tip for you, since you didn't ask. What we found was that employment schema, job listing schema, if you turn it on, you instantly go up into Google job results for like a week or 4 days, and then you
Nice.
fade. Not so nice because you fade.
Yeah,
like
of course.
that. But then when you turn it off, wait a couple of days and turn it back on, you go right back. So you should get into the habit of testing turning schema on and off, because it might have an effect like that for you.
Interesting, like freshness, like anything that you basically change on your page. Interesting.
I call it more like kicking the side of the TV. For those of you who remember when TVs had antenna, like, hey, the reception sounds good, kick it, right?
Perfect. TMD, I'm not sure if you have the answer for this, but TMD Malvern is asking about, do ChatGPT ads track with Google Ads for CTR? And how does the CPC work for setting ad budget? I don't think it's relevant to your agency, but let me know if that's correct.
It is relevant. I should know that. We're not running ChatGPT ads for anyone now, so I haven't really even looked at it. And like I said, a client of ours is running it, and in the home services niche, and says it's the most worthless ads they've ever run. Like super low quality visits. So though I'm sure it'll get better. My bet is it's just cost per click.
Do you think local businesses should run local Google ads? I'm talking about the 2 tips trade question.
Well, you'll get, if you do a PMAX campaign, which is Google's AI ad campaign, you'll get the AI ads as part of that. How much you'll get is anyone's guess, because PMAX is kind of random, meaning they give you a lot of junk inventory, which the AI might be or may not be. But I don't think they report on it. Hey, you got this from AI. So you won't even know. There's no one size fits all answer for that. Like if PMAX is a good channel for you, you're going to get it at some point, and you should. But maybe LSAs are better for you. You have to figure that out.
And just a last question from the tips to trade. Do you think it's mandatory for local businesses to do Google ads now, or in order to boost their CTR from Google?
Well, and not in order to boost their CTR from Google, in order to get more customers out of Google, because it's getting harder to get customers from organic. But I can tell you, every local business we work with, their cost per click has gone up from 25% to like 600% over the last year. And that's after increases every year before then. And so I think this is, unfortunately, what's happening is ads are becoming unsustainable for most businesses. They're so expensive. And so I think Google, is also in a tough situation as well, because they make money by basically getting you to buy more ads, and they're forcing us all to buy more ads, but the ads now don't convert as much. So like, what's going to happen to this ecosystem? But pretty much, I think, you should be, if you can afford it and if you can figure out how to make it work, you probably need to be buying Google ads, or at least buying ads from somewhere, if not Google.
Of course, just to new business visibility for sure. One tip that you can give for a local kind of AEO or SEO expert that struggling these days to get the visibility, struggling to get the traffic kind of for their clients or for their own business. One tip that you think that will be valuable for them to drop any kind of old myth and focusing on the new search engine optimization tactics?
Well, this isn't very new, but the best thing you can do is get another Google business profile. It's like the number one tactic. We have an HVAC guy we work with in Southern California, and he set up a new location with a Google business profile, and he basically just sublet a cheap office, like a psychiatrist had an extra office, and we did all the things to get it verified. Like, it's a legit location, but he only set it up for Google to get a Google business profile. And within a month, the guy generated $10,000 in sales.
Amazing.
And it's not because we're geniuses. It's because, that location was closer to whatever customer found him. So I'd say that. And then another kind of, unfortunately, has to be vague. But I can tell you, engagement on your Google business profile is a huge ranking factor, meaning people writing reviews, people searching for you, clicking on you, using driving directions and driving to you, like all that kind of stuff. We're actually about to run a test where we run a webinar for a client in their market. They're in the home healthcare. So we're doing like, hey, what to do when your dad has Alzheimer's type thing. And we're going to get like 100 people to go to that webinar, hopefully, or 50 maybe. And we're going to ask them during the webinar to write, if they enjoyed the webinar, please write a review in our Google business profile. And we think we may tank their traffic for all I know, but we think if we get like 50 5-star reviews or whatever reviews in at once, it'll be a signal like, wow, these guys suddenly got really popular. And so if we can do that every month, I think that's a way to kind of get engagement, especially in healthcare where people are much more reluctant to leave reviews.
Great. Thank you so much. I think it was a valuable session, and I took a lot of notes and screenshots as well. And everyone here asking, of course, about the slides. So you'll get the slides, of course, and the recording. And we have to run off for the next session. So let's go. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Raz. Thank you to everyone for paying attention and hit me up.
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address, add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Wow. Hello. We have the second hour for today for the Local AEO mega webinar hosted by Duda. For me, it's evening time. And for you guys, it's, I think Malta is in Germany. So it's nearly evening time for you too. And we have with us Steve and Ben as well today with us. So thank you so much, guys. Again, guys, the audience in the chat, in the comment section, feel free throughout the session. Lovely things coming from PKI today. And we're going to have like a really nice panelist, Steve and Ben, which in a minute, I'm going to ask each and every one to introduce themselves. But yeah, drop in the comment section any kind of question throughout this, this session for today. And we'll try to answer everything. Just try and do it throughout the session as well. Great. So we are here to talk with Malta today. And after this session, we're going to have like some kind of discussion with Ben and Steve as well. Let's have like a small introduction. Ben, can you let us know a little bit about yourself and just make a small introduction?
Absolutely. Ben Fisher, been around the interwebs since 1994, I guess you could say. I'm a Google Business Profile Diamond Product Expert. That just means that I work with Google pretty directly and have a lot of knowledge when it comes to GBP and local SEO. That's where we specialize. And also from the AI and LLM side, been involved in semantic search and organic SEO, of course, all since the 90s. But really heavily working with basically machine language, right? Since about 2013, so about Hummingbird is really when I started to focus on semantics and getting into more like what's now, of course, considered AI. And actually, Malta, thank you so much, because after I saw your presentation, I went ahead and did my own study on something completely different that has to deal with local and citations and stuff. I ran it over the past couple of days, and oh my God, the results. So anyway, thank you, buddy. And yeah, so anyway, that's me. And yeah.
Lovely to meet you. Yes, actually, it's going to be a great presentation for today. So I'm just looking forward to it. Steve, are you able to introduce yourself a little bit for the audience?
Absolutely. So yeah, Ben and I have to wear the T-shirts that say "Back in my day," back when the internet was still a grocery store forever. But so yeah, both
The
of us.
Cretaceous period, Steve.
Yeah, exactly. We both grew up in the early days before there was a Google, right? And we were all kind of learning about how we can make our clients more business by using the internet. And so SEO became more of a necessity than a topic, I think, at the time. But yeah, I went back to school and got a degree in e-business management and just fell in love with the internet. I worked for some pretty exciting companies, including IBM Global Services. I was the SEM account manager at Disney Parks and Resorts Online, managing Disneyland Commerce and Marketing and Adventures by Disney, and left the corporate world behind in 2010 to be closer to home and with my two little ones. And I decided, hey, one day I'd love to teach and write books. So in 2017, I started teaching asynchronous courses at Cal State Fullerton and UC San Diego, as well as at Fullerton College. I still teach AI-driven SEO and digital marketing at UC San Diego. And I have 2 textbooks out. One, the latest update, is on AI-driven SEO. And I have a new book coming out, I'm hoping at the end of September, specifically on scaling for multi-location SEO and franchises. So I've been around the block a little bit, but most of
Around the block.
yeah, are the multi-location and local search clients. So I'm glad
Amazing.
to share.
Yeah, if I mentioned that we have like amazing panelists for today, so thank you so much. You kind of see some knowledge that we have here on the table. That's very, very good. Great. Lovely to meet you guys and happy to host you for today. Malta, I think you can introduce yourself and take it away for your own presentation. And I think we have loads to discuss after this, so take it away from here.
Sure, happy to do that. Yeah, my name is Malte. I've spent the last 20 plus years in SEO, usually on the product side. And right now I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Peak AI. We are an AI visibility software that helps clients measure and optimize their visibility in LLM-based answer engines like ChatGPT, Gemini. Actually not with a local focus, but of course that's also a topic we looked into. And yeah, I got some data for this webinar that I want to present and then afterwards discuss with the rest of the attendees. And yeah, then I guess I can just dive right in, right? So what
Go
are
for
AI
it.
engines?
Yeah.
What are AI engines actually doing with local queries? And I want to do all of this, of course, data backed. Let's maybe take 2-3 minutes to talk about relevance. This is a real story. Very close to our office, there's a pastry dessert place, Anjoy pastry. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Really, really amazing. And sometimes for lunch, I only get a currywurst just so I get a dessert there. And I mean, they are like 12 euros a piece, which is horribly expensive for Berlin. And recently I was there and a woman walked in with her child, and then it's a couple running that place, and they asked her, how did you hear about us? And she was like, yeah, I asked ChatGPT where I can get the best, some special dessert you made from mango. I cannot pronounce it. And ChatGPT recommended that store. And of course, I listened to that. And that's got me interested in maybe looking a little bit more into local data. So very important. Of course, local has many, many different aspects, right? And if you don't like my little story, I could also just refer you to the recent announcement from Google that you will be able to basically chat with Google Maps via Gemini. Actually, you can already do that in some locations, but most of what I'm showing now will be about ChatGPT. And the first question we should look is, how local is ChatGPT really? And the answer is, it's pretty local. Because if users get this little pop-up on their phone, or you can also get it in the browser, turning on your exact location, you can see if they don't have it turned on, it's the first screenshot. You still get city-level data. I guess they get the location from the IP. But when you turn that on, you can not only see that in the screenshot, I'm in the Peak AI office, you can also see that I was in the corner office of the product team. So you get really, really, really precise location data in ChatGPT on users. And the first thing I did is I created a ton of prompts, and some were asking city-level questions, like find me a plumber in New York, find me a lawyer in Manhattan, etc., etc. Somewhere then on the borough level, neighborhood level, specific location level, like close to Duda train station or just near me. And then I just checked how often is ChatGPT actually showing the map. And you can see for like city level prompts, we only get the map like roughly 50% of the time. But the more granular we provide location within the prompt, the more likely we are to get a city, like a map result. And if we say near me, we are basically guaranteed a map result from ChatGPT. Important, usually when there's a map result, we also get a little bit of a text answer, and the two of them actually have different sources. We will also look into that in a second. And here's an example where I looked now specifically for lawyers, and I did it in many different locations. And then I looked at roughly 500 law firms that I found across all of these locations. And then I looked at the correlation of the ranking. And if we take New York and Chicago, two cities that are hundreds of miles apart, the correlation is 0.1. That is like basically nothing. Like there's a couple of global or nationwide law firms, but basically the results are completely different. Now, if we take two boroughs of New York, like Brooklyn and Manhattan, the data is still super, super different. And these are just 7 miles apart. But because there are so many lawyers, I guess New York is a city with a relatively high density of lawyers, we still get completely different results in these answers. And then if we go one step further and we look at neighborhoods like Bushwick and Williamsburg, there's a correlation of 0.6. That's not a particularly strong correlation, but it is some correlation. And considering that these places are just 2 miles apart, I mean, it depends a little bit how you define their borders and everything, but it's really not that far from each other. It's actually pretty interesting that the result is so different. And then if we go further and we ask, find me a lawyer near Williamsburg Bridge and find me a lawyer near Bradford Avenue Station, and this is now something like a 15-minute walk, there is 0.8 as a correlation. That's pretty high, but it's still not the same. And very important, I didn't ask once for a lawyer, right? I had roughly 50 prompts for different kinds of lawyers, and I ran each of these multi times, like many times, because there's some randomness in the LLM answers, and that's also true when they answer with a map result. So I ran each of them dozens of times just to get to somewhat stable visibility data. And then always looked over the aggregate of chats. And then you can see that I'm usually not working in the local space because I was looking for a postal for the address, like with the coordinates of a very different place. I think I had a typo. I ended up with Erie, Pennsylvania, but they also have pizza, so it's all good. And I just made a little grid where each of these dots is just a few hundred meters apart. And I basically told ChatGPT, in this case, I didn't use a local IP. I just told them, hey, I'm at exact these coordinates. And I gave them the exact location coordinates. And it did impact the answer. And as you can see, there are some areas where, in this case, Valerio's Italian restaurant is on average the #1 recommended one. But where like as soon as you go into the corners of this grid, apart from the bottom right, you see that their visibility is going down or their ranking is going down. So actually very similar to Google Maps, right? For Google, local, this kind of reporting has existed for many years. Here I try to simulate it for ChatGPT. So it's really very precise if you have local searches. And then we should probably talk about where do these maps get their data from? And I can tell you 3 of these data sources. They are called B1, B2, B3. We will talk in a second about what it means. There's also Yelp in there. And I prepared these slides before Yelp made the announcement. So the Yelp was already in the ChatGPT data and it was visible before they made the press release. TripAdvisor is in there. Google Maps is in there, but I believe against Google's will because the data source is called Brightfeed. And those of you who know something about scraping and how ChatGPT is scraping Google might know that that could be Bright Data who are offering a Google Maps scraping API. There's also a data source called SERP, which could be SERP API, another provider ChatGPT has allegedly used in the past. And there is various data sources in there. Sometimes stuff that looks like Google Map, sometimes also stuff that looks very much like Yelp. I believe that is traditional search result scraping, where they just look for like results that are somewhat local specific. And then in the past, I heard a lot about Foursquare, but when we looked at data for the last couple of weeks, we could not find any mention of Foursquare. It could, of course, be that Foursquare is behind B1, B2, B3, but about those I will talk a little bit in a second. How do we know this, by the way? You can look at the code or at the data that is streaming between your server and the ChatGPT server and your browser, and you see for every single map entry or every entity that lives on the map, they also show you the provider, where it's coming from. So it's quite easy to attribute where the data is coming from. ChatGPT is here very, very nice by not trying to obfuscate or hide this data from us. And yeah, I mentioned this already. I was so happy that I could reveal here, hey, I have proof that it's Yelp data, and then it was made public. So this is now a less cool slide than I hoped it to be. And yeah, B1, B2, B3. All of these have a name of the business, rating, review count, phone number, address, opening hours, images. So it seems to be some form of data storage of local results. The thing that is called B1 has sometimes URLs with a GMB UTM parameter. So it could be that this is an internal data pool at OpenAI, where they maybe did some Google My Business scraping at some point to fill it with data. I have not verified that exactly. And I mean, it's quite clear that they don't have an official partnership, but I do believe they have at least tried to scrape this data. Of course, if it's an internal data pool not gotten live, it could be that some of this data is outdated. And it could also be that there are different data sources they put into each of these buckets, of course. And then for my test, where I was searching for lawyers in the US, I wanted to show how these sources are split. So in this case, when I searched for lawyers, and this data set is like 10 days old, it was 1/3 of them were coming from Yelp, 1/3 from this B3 data pool, and roughly 1/3 from Google Maps via this thing called Brightfeed. And there was also a little bit of B1 as a data source, but the results didn't have a ranking score. So I think it was always just a backfill for the map. And a little bit was coming from this thing called SERP, where there are various data sources in there. And for some reason, 0.1% of results from TripAdvisor. I mean, it kind of makes sense. TripAdvisor is not really known for reviewing lawyers. If we did this for a different topic, we would probably see more TripAdvisor, et cetera, et cetera. So please don't take a screenshot of this and say, this is how it always is. This is just for one topic in one country. Speaking of one country, I did the same thing in Germany, and it used completely different data sources. So if you remember, in the US, we had like very high B3 Yelp. And this percentage is now no longer the share of sources, but the share of chats where at least one of the sources came from these, one of the entries came from these sources. So in the US, they had B3, which again is has a ranking score, and Yelp. And in Germany, it was primarily B1 and this thing called SERP, where I believe they are just scraping search engine results. And it kind of makes sense because Yelp has much less of a presence in Germany. Also, what makes sense for OpenAI to first focus on the US market to get better structured data, getting deals set in place, building maybe custom scraping, custom data collection, while a lot of the rest of the world will just get results based on quickly scraped together data and this anonymous B1 pool where we don't know what they put in there. And then you also have local booking partners where you can book directly in the app, in the map, sorry. And this is Yelp, OpenTable, and Resi. How can I know it's these three? Well, in the source code, there's a variable called reservation providers. And there's exactly 3 entries in that array. It's OpenTable, Resi, and Yelp. And again, if we think this internationally, Resi is very US focused in my experience. Yelp is also not available everywhere, or at least not with a big presence everywhere, while OpenTable, I think, is the most international one of these. So if you're international, have a restaurant, wanted to be booked within OpenAI, probably good idea to get on OpenTable in addition to Yelp. And there are also menu partners. I've only seen this for Yelp, but I also didn't look too deeply into this. meaning if you want your menu to be available, might make sense to have it on your Yelp entry. And there's also a navigation partner, and that's Google, but it's just a link to Google where they put the location into the URL. So if you do navigation, they just send you to Google again, or Google Maps specifically. Again, I don't believe this is an official partnership. I think they just made a best guess, like what's navigation that most people use, sent a link, done. And all of this was for the map. And now I told you there's also the text answer around the map, and often just a text answer. So now we are looking at the sources for that, and it's a very different set of sources, very different process. Here I did fast food in the US, and this now I did in multiple LLMs, ChatGPT, Gemini, AI mode, AI overviews, Perplexity. And as you can see, there are very, very different domains that these LLMs use to generate the answer. And I did a little bit of clustering, and we can see that AI mode and AI overviews really like to pull from social media for local results. So if you care about these, maybe work with influencers in that space, with creators, maybe have your own presence. Something like ChatGPT is super, super low on social, it's just 10%. But ChatGPT has a much higher share of editorial sources. So try to get into local newspapers, get covered there, get into listicles like top 10 restaurants in Boston from a local Boston newspaper if you have a restaurant there. And interestingly, ChatGPT and Gemini both pull a lot of information from the food delivery services. So even if you don't care about the orders from the delivery services, if you have a restaurant, it can be beneficial for your AI visibility to be on these services. AI mode and AI overview pulled 0% of the information in this test from these delivery sites. So lots of difference there. And Gemini, for some reason, didn't use the review website as sources at all, while everybody else used the review websites, which kind of makes sense. And this is probably the most screenshotted slide. I also did this for a lot of other categories. This is now very US heavy. And this was my best guess what people in this webinar could care about for local sources. So these are the sources I saw again and again and again. I think one of the surprising ones is that for the lodging and travel segment, Booking.com is not as dominant as they are in regular Google search. And otherwise, it's a mixture of established player like Cars.com, Edmunds, who have these directories of dealers, and I think also car repair shops. But also some websites like nearbuyme.ai. I've never heard of them. I have no idea how reputable they are. Maybe they were made specifically for this, but you see a lot of like smaller, less known websites in this. I also pulled the same data for the UK. There you have Yell or Gel Co.uk, I guess like the yellow pages. That is like dominant in almost every category. So if you're doing local in the UK and want to be in the AI answers, I think getting on there is something I would definitely recommend. Now, we have some data. How can we potentially optimize? There is this ranking score in ChatGPT, and I believe based on the data that is in there, it can only be based on a combination of the rating, the review volume, the proximity, and the relevance, right? And rating and review volume, I think there are people on this webinar who can tell you more about this than me, so I will not get into this too deeply, just get a lot of reviews. I found one interesting study. It seems that when you give people an outlet to give feedback, then they are much less likely to give you a negative review. So if you expect that somebody might be unhappy with your service, maybe just quickly give them a form they can fill out to complain about the experience, then you might get fewer negative reviews. Proximity, not much we can do. Apart from opening additional locations. And of course, I've heard of people who just open locations on Google Maps where they don't have a physical presence. I don't want to get into the topic too deeply. I believe there are probably similar angles also with AI search, where you could, in theory, fake a location. And there was actually a story in the media a while ago where somebody faked a restaurant in London that actually didn't exist, just made a fake website, fake reviews, and it started showing up in AI answers. For relevance, we can, of course, do a little bit. I mean, basically do everything you would do for on-page SEO, just on your profiles that you have on Yelp and other services. Make sure your keywords are in there. If you see the fan-out queries from the prompts, make sure you cover these. Mention entities, make simple statements AI can understand. and speak in a declarative, authoritative tone on these profiles. So don't say, hey, welcome to our family restaurant, but say, Malte's Diner is a family-friendly restaurant in New York. Is there more? Yeah, a little bit. Many of these websites like Foursquare, Yelp, even though some of them have direct deals with some of these LLMs, they often block the crawlers from the LLMs, so they will not show up in all LLMs. Now, if you have really good reviews there, it could make sense, but please check the licensing and terms of conditions first. It could make sense to create on your own website a /reviews page where you cite and aggregate some of the positive reviews about you and say, hey, we have 6,000 reviews on Yelp and are rated 4.8 stars. Again, please check if you're allowed to do this. Some review providers don't like it, and don't copy everything. Just make it clear that when an LLM searches for your restaurant or location name or service name and reviews, that your website is one of the sources that they find. And here's another website that's doing this, and they actually just say, every day we get positive reviews. I'm sure this business is not doing it for AI search, by the way, but if they were doing it, they would be doing a good job of it. So my advice here is you should evangelize your positive reviews to make sure they are visible to all the LLMs and can truly help you. And of course, you can optimize your listings, right? If Yelp is a source, you want to be well ranked on Yelp. And I just put 2 reviews here. I'm not going to pass any judgment. I'm just going to say one of them has a picture, the other doesn't. One of them has reviews, the other doesn't. One of them says speak Spanish, the other one has no information on language. One of them on their listing as a lawyer has the badge lawyers and the item legal services. The other says personal injury lawyer. That one also has free consultations, statistics on the response rate, a button to book a consultation, a description, yada, yada, yada. So if these websites come up as sources and you care about AI visibility, please take care of your listing. Again, there are people on this webinar who know much more about how to optimize your local listings than me. And yeah, this was the data I wanted to share with you. If you like this kind of data, there's a QR code to find my LinkedIn profile where I regularly share similar insights. And now I hope that there are some questions or things we can discuss together with Ben and Steve.
Amazing. Wow. It was really, really insightful. And I've learned so much. You know, it's like at the end of the day, brand entity is all we care about. You know, it's like that's the thing. If we used to have like Yellow Pages where your brand was basically on Yellow Pages, we're talking about brand entity that now basically you have multiple sources to handle. So that means that you need to also make sure you have reviews mentioned everywhere on your website, on Yelp, on different kind of directories, and take care of each and every one of them. Yeah, guys, like if you have, just pointing it to the audience, if you have any questions, pop this into the comment section. But in the meantime, we'll take it with Steve and Ben. I'm sure you have smart things to ask Malte for this. What are the best practices that you would say, guys, for rank? I would say like starting with a business that doesn't have a lot of footprint on the web for ranking, like I would say on AEOs. You
want to start, Ben, or you want me to jump in? I saw you cringe, by the way, when we were talking about putting reviews on your page. I was like, oh, I know Ben's gonna be like, don't gate reviews.
You're muted, Ben, by the way. You're muted if you want to speak. Ben, do you hear us? You're muted. Perfect.
My
yes.
bad. Actually, I have nothing to say. Absolutely. But, you know, the reason I kind of cringe at that is because we all know how Google is about their content, right? It's their UGC. It's not yours. It's not ours. It's theirs. And so they state, of course, in their terms of service and their guidelines that do not copy this, do not put it on our website. We're not going to do anything about it. Just don't do it, which means that there's probably a small itty bitty like pinpoint of a penalty in the back end, but whatever. But reviews on your website are stupid important, actually, when it comes to LLM. As a matter of fact, it comes down to your website itself is actually just as equally as important probably as all of the other components that come into ranking inside of LLMs. The study or the number that I have from my study is 60%. Actually, 60% of the time when you're looking at citations that are generated or that are revealed by at least Gemini. I'm kind of curious what you see in ChatGPT, Malte. but it's 60% of the time those citations are actually going to be your own property. It's your own media. So when people are saying SEO is dead, they're
No, it's
so
spread it.
wrong. So wrong. It's incredibly wrong. But okay, back to your question. So what are the basic foundations of being found, right? And
for a new business.
For a new business, right? So
Mhm.
let's start off with just a baseline concept. And what I like to say basically is that trust is our new PageRank, and citations and mentions are our new links. And why am I saying this? It's because as a new business, you're very low when it comes to trust, right? It's just like when you're launching a new website back in the day, you know, PageRank, it started as a 0 and then went up to a 10, but you had to earn that, right? And you had to earn that through links. And now what you're doing is you're earning it basically through not only your website, but you're earning it through your own reputation, the reviews that you're getting, the responses to those reviews, what's being said on the BBB, what's being said on consumer affairs, you know, what is basically being said in all of the citations. Reddit conversations, social media conversations, like you were saying, Malti, are being taken into consideration now as well. And even some localized directories are basically utilized as citations too. So again, it goes back to this trust/reputation. And that is something that takes a while to build.
Mhm.
There also is a lot of social proof signals that are being spread all the time. And what I see, for instance, is like with an existing brand, but it still reflects on a new brand, is like in the case of a comedy shop we've worked on, we were able to improve the reputation of the business within 72 hours after posting just a little bit of Q&A on, you know, what people like to call chunkable content, adding some schema around that to define it even further, right? Which, you know, schema is not a big deal, but it's nice if you can define things as long as it's consistent. And then what we did was we went out into a couple conversations where they were missing from the conversation, but the competitors were being mentioned. And then we basically made sure that we were mentioning them in an organic, authentic, trustworthy way, right? Nothing manipulation-wise. And we were able to train, and I say train loosely because it's not what we're really doing, but train the LLM to understand, oh, so let me look at this problem area in a different way. Because, like, for instance, one of the complaints was seating was way too cramped, right? Why? Comedy clubs do this on purpose because laughter is very contagious, right? And so once you explain that, the LLMs are kind of like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Let's go with that, you know, and, or at least for the one time that you're doing that query, it might change on the second query. But anyway, so to boil that down to one statement, a new business really should focus on marketing, just like any good business does.
I would agree with that.
Transparently, make sure it's what is on your website is reflected in any kind of media that you're doing, whether it's a public relations, social media post, conversation, webinar. If it's consistent, you can maintain that brand presence and therefore win in LLMs. That's the basics of it, I think.
True. I think also that, you know, there's a huge buzz now with a lot of case studies that showing it's like a magic. Oh yeah, we've just hired like a GEO agency and look at that, like we have tons of traffic, blah blah blah. And then, you know, you have these kind of prospects that are coming in. They're expecting the same magic impact for a new startup. And I think that's so important to say. It's like it's any kind of new business. If you don't have a digital footprint, it's going to take a while to make it. You're not going to be the best in your niche on LLM if you're just started a new startup. So it's also important to note that down, right?
We helped a small business recently when we were exploring Ask Maps, and you know we always try to bucket all of the things we work on in search into specific buckets, right? So for organic web search for kind of a non-local business and just in general, right? It's content, it's visibility off our website, and it's how users interact with our listing, you know, by making our titles, descriptions, and rich results stand out. If we're nurturing all three of those things, creating better content, earning more links and mentions, and being clicked on more often, over time, you know, we see success. For local, those 4 pillars are specifically around our data accuracy, because business data is the core, the nucleus of the local hub, right? Of how navigation engines and search engines and all these different platforms work. So the first thing that I would do as a small business is I would take a few of my competitors, maybe even some of the national chains that are nearby, put their name and the first street address into Google search in quotes, and I'd find all those different places that they've listed their businesses, and put that in your spreadsheet, and just make sure all your business information is correct. You could use Google Business Profile as a great starting point for the fields that you want to put into your own business data sheet, so that we can keep everything consistent. So use those business data fields, such as the photos and images and products and services and attributes, amenities. All those different things can play a role in that data consistency that you want to have. The second is the data visibility piece, and that's really taking a look at the search engines, the aggregators. One was mentioned earlier, Foursquare. Right? There's also Data Axle. There's Localese. These databases basically feed a lot of the directories that are online who buy their data to make sure it's accurate. Some systems, I won't call any by name, but they don't use them. They basically just buy the directories or do something to have a direct connection with those directories. So they're like, oh, you don't need them. The ones that are important we're already connected with. I still think it's important, because if you ever stop using that platform, it's important to make sure that your core data is stored where it's going to be referenced the most. Next is going to be your location pages. If you have more than one location, you want to create a location page for every single location. This is going to help with web search more than it will with the maps. And it's pretty fundamental to the citations as well. You just mentioned a minute ago that it's our pages that show up as the citation sources in many cases. So if we've optimized our pages well for our products and services, and maybe paraphrase some of the things that people say about us in our reviews, when we aggregate all of them and theme exactly what people say about us, that can be really helpful content that helps with our AI visibility. And the last part, we really already spent a lot of time on, and that's that reputation component of it. But what the strategy is there isn't just, hey, we need to make sure we're getting 5-star reviews. It's making sure that we're diversifying where we're asking for those reviews, and maybe even giving some hints. One little AI picture I sent to one of my clients of what they could do is put a t-shirt together that says, like, Joe's Coffee is offers blank in city, or the best blank in city, right? And then underneath it was logos for Reddit, for Yelp, and for TripAdvisor, right? And so the customer comes to the counter and they're like, what is it? Oh, I see. You want me to say this about you in this format. Maybe it's on the wallpaper on one of the walls in the building, where you've got all those examples. Like, I mentioned the example that we did helping a new business was a small company, a small burger place called Good Buns. And so we thought this was really neat. They're like on page 4 of Ask Maps. Let's go in, see if they're any good, and then let's do some experimenting. We went in and had the best smash burger we'd ever had. And we're like, you know what? This place is dead. It's noon. This place should be packed. There's nobody here. The staff were super nice. The food was fast. It was delicious. Let's hook them up. Let's do some things. So we put Good Buns is a hidden gem, and Good Buns offers the best burgers in Buena Park. And not 2 days later, you would do a search for best burgers in Buena Park, and bam, right in Ask Maps, it was #1. So we were able to influence AI results by using that subject, predicate, object, that semantic triple in a very strategic way. And if we can get our customers to do that and give them hints on how to do it, we're going to dominate AI results. And so my key point to a new business is look at those pillars, look at what you're doing every month to improve your data accuracy, your data visibility, your local pages, and your reputation, and look at how you can use AI to help you do that. Hey, Claude, I'm working on this. Please help me. Hey, Claude, help me measure my results for this particular thing I'm doing. Help me connect my search console and my dashboard so I can see how things are performing.
Yeah, quick question for you, Steve, on that. Okay. So we know that the variance of repeatable answers, at least in Gemini, is approximately 40%, right? Mm-hmm. So 40% of the time, back to back, you're going to get the same answer, or at least the same brand may be included. Have you tested that with this client using the semantic triples and the new brand about that variance?
So yeah, I think everything's worth testing for sure. And there's never an exact query done the same way. That's why there's never going to be any search volume for prompts, right? This is not possible with all the different variations, all the misspells, all the grammar, all the different ways that conversational searches happen. It would be a miracle to have a 7-word prompt, be consistent between more than one person. The goal here was just to make a very clear statement. We offer X. We offer Y. And so what we've been having our clients do is is basically take everything that they do and create that statement. You could even use ChatGPT or Claude and just ask, hey, look at my website, my business, and my online reviews, and give me a list of semantic triples that are relevant to my business. And then create prompts respective to that are non-branded prompts around, who has the best burger, who offers tacos in wherever the city happens to be. And then that gives you, maybe start with 100. That gives you 100 ideas that you can start with to start really putting those clear statements out. But in terms of will it vary? Will it be different? Of course. But I think by doing something, and rather than just hoping that people say all the right things about you, by guiding that narrative a little bit, you give yourself more of a competitive advantage. And again, it's around intent anyway. There's never really going to be an exact match. But what's interesting is if you take that same phrase, what do you do and where do you offer it, and put it in quotes into Google, and if you don't see that, maybe you're not being clear about what you do, and they're having to figure it out. Well, I found your name and I found the topic and the service I'm looking for, but they weren't close together. But I kind of figured it out. Let me try them in the results. And if people click on them and say, this is a good result, I'll show it more often. Well, why make them think? Just put it in a clear statement. Go into Google, do a quote of, our company serves, offers, sells, and whatever the product is. And if you don't see that across all those different citation sources that Multi went through, then you've got a clear opportunity to get those out there.
Yes, 100%. I want to go back to two questions that we had. So one question about cost per case was ask Malta to define again what is B1, B2, and B3. Can you go back and discuss about that?
Yeah, so I cannot exactly explain it, right? These are data sources that ChatGPT labels, and they show these labeled to us. And sometimes they are very clear with TripAdvisor, Yelp, and sometimes they are somewhat clear with Brightfeed and SERP. We can at least guess what it is. But B1, B2, B3, I only know that they have these names. I know that they all have the typical local entries that I went through earlier: name, address, phone number. And if I remember correctly, B1 is the one that is not ranked, so there's no ranking score attached, and B2 and B3 are ranked.
So it's a relative score. That's what it sounds like. It's kind of like how you have P1, P2, P3 for priority, or P0 for priority.
Probably.
Relevant score.
It could be, but then there was also the case that, for example, when I looked at lawyers, there was never any B2 was not in the sources. Like we even thought, okay, maybe they skipped B2, and only when we looked at other prompts did we see, okay, also B2 is a source. So I believe that probably somebody at ChatGPT scraped some data source or bought some data source, labeled it internally B1, B2, B3, and they are serving data from there. And as I said, B3 had these UTM parameters with GMB in some of the URLs. So that can give us a hint that maybe directly or indirectly some Google Maps data went in there. But it could also be that they just bought data from a company that happened to scrape Google Maps, or happens to have user that synced their Google My Business profile. I'm happy to share the data if someone wants to dig deeper into that, try to reverse engineer.
That's actually interesting. That's interesting, Multi, because also I think that them having just GMB in a UTM string in general is also kind of telling. Like maybe realistically what they did, this is a hypothesis, but maybe what they did is they did their initial scrape a couple of years ago, like 2.5 years ago, to be almost specific. Because that's when GMB turned into GBP.
Yes,
right?
Correct.
Maybe it's legacy data, which would make sense because scraping millions upon billions of businesses would take quite a long time. So
I would be surprised. I always imagine that because we link to our Google business profiles on our local pages for the multi-location brands. I always just imagine that they recommended it because they found it when they were doing their retrieval process, and it wasn't actually from a source. I would hope that they're using B1, B2, B3 as aggregator sources of actual data, like the Foursquare and Data Axle and Localese kind of thing. But who knows, right? I would love to play around with it and see if I can find any data consistencies, but we can talk after.
Yeah,
So
I thought ChatGPT only had relationships financially with Yelp and Google as far as local stuff goes.
For me, when I'm hearing about citation sources, all of that, and also with the interesting data about the menu and everything, so that you basically shared, Malte. So I think that the more I'm looking at it, like it's just bots. It's like it cannot really scrape the internet like for every kind of prompt. So I think it's mostly talking about efficiency. Like these bots want to be efficient. They want to buy the data, scrape the data from specific sources, API, and just go for the biggest sources and credible sources that they know in each niche. And I'm sure in every year we're going to see, I would say, more sources, credible sources joining into that list that are providing API. I think even for ourselves, like as professionals, like our list of tools even have changed. Like in the last year, like we're just paying more for API sources and things like that rather than going to the actual UI. And I think that's the same, like talking efficiency with these companies like OpenAI and of course Gemini and everything. They just want, just to scrape all the data from efficient sources, credible sources, a lot of reviews, a lot of entities and data inside of them. So I think we're going to see more of these kind of sources being cited. This is the way I'm looking at it, like from what Malte has shared. There was one question with Brenda Fish that is asking if there's any legal implications or possible Google, I don't know, like penalties saying that like you're the best burger or the best pizza place if you haven't got any award or reward about it or recognition about it.
That's why I recommended having your customers say it, right? If they thought you were the best and they want to share that they had the best experience or they had the best burger or whatever, like we did, that's the best way to most authentic way to follow sort of a ethical or moral compass in doing the right things is, don't brag about yourself. Let your customers brag about you, but give them the tools and the reminders and the hints of what it takes to actually pull that off. One thing, by the way, that I thought was really an important point, Malte, on one slide that you had was around doing all the things you do on your website natively across these different platforms. We've been telling our clients that for a while now. It's like for the last 2 decades, you've built up all these pages on your website: truck accident lawyer, car accident lawyer, motorcycle accident lawyer, because you handle those kind of personal injury cases. Or you're a restaurant and you offer takeout and delivery and have specials. Why wouldn't you take that exact same content and optimize across all of your social platforms, all of your subreddits that you own or have mod control over, forums, discussions, and of course, most importantly, more than ever now with Gemini, is your YouTube shorts. For every single thing that you talk about and every passage that you have on every page that you have on your website, let's come up with a fun, creative, interesting, entertaining video. Because the multimodal world of search is beyond just text. It's video, it's images, it's so much more. That's why Google integrated Yelp with Reddit results into their SERP to begin with, was to give more authenticity and more variety of the type of search results. So I would take that list of all the pages on your website, which you can get probably from that XML file, and create some columns, right, for all the different social profiles that you own and run and manage, all of the video sites like YouTube and other sites that you might use, as well as Reddit and some other places, and just make sure all of the topics and semantic triples that are on those pages are represented across those different sites. And then when you're done, do it again. Keep that content fresh and new and insightful. It'll give you enough content for a lifetime. You never run out of ideas, and it's going to really help surface yourself as a recommendation from all these LLMs that are coming up.
Yeah, and I think the legal question about this, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak to law, right? But I can speak to the fact that I know that there's at least 1 or 2 lawsuits that are going on currently, specifically with Google, where they're saying, oh, the best or the greatest or whatever, or misleading information, right? Which is more common, especially in maps, like directions, etc. But as to whether they are liable for this. And I think the answer ultimately is going to be no. And the reason kind of goes back to what we were talking about. Google owns this data. However, they make a statement along with that, usually, which states that, hey, we're not perfect. We could be wrong. And they say this all over the place with AI, right? Everywhere you see that disclaimer. So the fact that you are agreeing to their terms of service, you're agreeing to all of these things when you sign up for a Google account kind of covers all of that legal liability.
Of course.
And they really rely on you to use your best judgment and take things plainly. Obviously, this doesn't always work when you deal with people who are extremely unstable. I'm sure we've all read those news stories. But
we won't even talk about the one that Barry shared today on what was going on with some of the AI overview results. That was really interesting.
Yeah, no, I've seen some scary stories recently, and it really makes me question humanity sometimes.
Right. I want to talk 10 minutes before we wrap up this session about video. In AI overviews, there was a huge rollout globally from Google today for Search Console properties. You can now connect your video property towards your inside your Google Search Console, and I think it gives us a hint where this direction is going. Mostly, of course, YouTube. We know it's big, but we also know now I'm seeing basically every AI overview kind of query that I'm yes, exactly. Every AI overviews query that I'm basically looking at. For me, it's like at least one of the answers is video, and I think it's like a blue ocean. A lot of people miss, and a lot of businesses are struggling to make it at scale, to make it a good quality. They also, Google launched a warning about AI generated videos and low quality, that they will not be not going to be indexing them whatsoever on YouTube, because of course, for every good thing that Google is making comes SEO and ruin this and spamming the internet. What do you guys think about videos in general for AI overviews and to scale with this, how to make it right? Do you think it's relevant for local AEO even?
So especially YouTube is super, super relevant for not just AI overviews, also, for example, Perplexity. And if there's an AI overview and there's a video, there's a high chance one of the YouTube videos is pulled in. Very important. It's not true for video in general. It's really hyper-focused on YouTube. But I mean, it is the biggest video platform. And depending on the topic, we also see various other social sites that have a lot of video in the top sources regularly, especially in AI overviews, AI mode, and Perplexity. So that definitely can be a strategy. And very important, because of accessibility laws, you can get the video transcript from every video easily as a JSON file. And based on my testing, I'm pretty confident that all the LLMs, or most of the LLMs, actually get this file. Like, they don't watch the video, right? They just get the transcript. So also things that are said about you in a video can be important. But of course, if you have your own videos, video title and the description below the video are super, super impactful. And I know one case study from an agency client of ours who, for one of their clients, reworked just the captions of the the descriptions of the YouTube videos, and that brought them a massive visibility uplift in all the LLMs, because they put these sentences in there like "Dududum is a Dududum business," or "is the best solution for," like having these chunkable, citable content in there. So definitely YouTube is a huge, huge lever for AI search.
29 billion searches last month, according to SimilarWeb. I'm looking right now. So there's quite a few people on YouTube. Why ignore it, you know?
I got quite a few little things to say about this and some stats for you. Okay, so number one, Malty's exactly right. So AI in general, Claude, all of them, right, are not very good at reading video. There is a skill that, like in Claude, which you can use to kind of view a video. What it does is it does 5-second screenshots actually in the video to figure out what's going on. So it's good for visual identification, horrible for text. So the biggest call to action there is make sure you have your CCs, closed captions, actually updated and correct, because we all know YouTube transcription is not the best. So just go in there and edit them, because I do believe, just like Malty said, that they are sourcing directly from the closed captions. Couple stats though. Again, this is Gemini, so I don't know how it works in ChatGPT yet. Social, community / overall in the testing that we've done as far as citational sources comes up as 14.4% overall. Now, this is where things get interesting. In the overall picture, 6% is YouTube. But when you go into local results, the numbers change even more. One example is in personal injury lawyers. It's 1.1% actually. So it's a little bit higher. It's like house cleaning YouTube doesn't even come up in the top 10. Same thing for pest control. Same thing for locksmith. I mean, it kind of goes on. Auto repair is 0.7%. So there's a variance there. And what I would say is it's kind of like what you were saying is go ahead and do 10 queries, take a look at those 40%, 60% matches and say, okay, is there a video here? Yes or no? And if the answer is yes, get on it. You've done your competitive research now. Go ahead and do that. Do a video, of course. And I think it's going to increase. The pattern, like you said, has been kind of moving over time. But they're moving more towards getting the social information, the social proof, and the video proof. Because come on, let's be real. All social platforms are heavy into video. Mm-hmm. So absolutely.
Exactly.
I agree.
Do you want to add something, Malte?
Yeah, so Gemini is in general very low on social sources, so I'm not surprised you saw this data. For some of these topics, like cleaning services city, it could just be there is not a single video. So if you now create a YouTube video, top 10 cleaning services Berlin, it might become a source, right? This can also be the case, but yeah, in general, like video is great, like YouTube specifically is great for AI modes, AI overviews, YouTube, and also okay for ChatGPT. But yeah, for Gemini, it's not a common source.
Yeah. Also for local AEO, by the way, I have one legacy client of mine with a local business, because we usually do SaaS and e-commerce. But she is heavily invested with her Instagram and TikTok. And I gotta say, when you write down the brand entity and you ask around about her brand and personality kind of persona, I would say on search results on Google AIOs. So you kind of get those videos. You kind of get that as a proof. You also get clients testimonials that she was doing with the video. So it knows what to pick, in terms of, in terms of, for example, it won't pick any kind of trends or funny things that she was doing on TikTok for her brand entity SERP results. But I do see the case studies and testimonials and things like that is shown as well. Also from Instagram, it shows as well. So it's kind of interesting now, the connector that we have on Search Console. Go ahead, guys, and just go ahead and do it if you haven't done it already, and connect all your sources to it. And of course, we love data. So everything that Google can give us, just give us more. So it's everything.
It's 5 seconds to do. It's so easy.
Really,
but I can tell you in all the tests that we've done where we for traditional search, when we add a video to our pages that that was created by the owner or by the team at the business, we see expedited rankings. We see really significantly higher search results. It's just we tested 3, right? One with literally nothing on it, one with some AI and stock imagery and so forth, and one where it was all images and videos that we created in-house. And it was incredible how the page with the video improves engagement and improves conversion rate. It was like just watching the data between those 3 very similar pages, with the only difference really being that rich media made such a difference. So for everything that you're optimizing on your website, create a video. Don't know what should be in it? Read the text on the page and use that as your script. Right? There's plenty that you can talk about in there, and it's non-commoditized content. It's unique. It's different. It's not just paragraphs of regurgitated stuff.
Exactly.
You can just go into your favorite LLM and have it act like a video director, and that is specialized
Write me a script.
Local SEO space, and write me a script.
Exactly. And also you can embed your videos, let's say going back to your old content and embed new videos that you've published. That's part of the refresh planning. So go ahead and just throw your sitemap XML for Claude inside Claude and just ask it to match it with your videos inside YouTube. Just go ahead and do that. It gives a right kind of context to it. Sometimes, just do, of course, human in the loop to review it. But yeah, we have 2 minutes to wrap up. I just wanted to say really huge thank you, Malte. It was a great presentation. We've learned so much with so many insights and so much data. I think you're going to be sharing this with us as well after the session is gone. So thank you so much for this. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Ben. It was lovely to see you. Lovely to host a panel with you as well. Great insights. And yeah, Thank you, guys. Thank you, Duda, for hosting this great webinar. And there is a great 2 sessions ahead of us. So stay tuned. Go ahead in the comment section as well. Write some comments that are interesting and questions that you want also to ask. And we'll happily connect with you also on LinkedIn. And you can ask away some questions for all of us after this webinar and after all these sessions. So thank you guys so much. Have a great evening and great day wherever you are.
Thanks
Ross
Thanks,
Costin.
everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address, add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sean. I do content at Duda, as you can see. And I'm excited to be joined by Chris Rolfe, the founder and CEO of Boulder SEO. A fun fact for people tuning in. Boulder SEO is like a couple minutes away. There's a bridge over the highway between us. He's just right across the bridge. So with that in mind, Chris, what is it like over the bridge today?
Oh man, it's hot. Luckily, we actually installed a swarm cooler system in our new house, and it's very pleasant. Yeah, how's it on the other side of the bridge?
You might not be surprised it's hot over here too.
We should have done. I should have biked over there. 5-minute bike ride, maybe 10.
No. So Chris, I know you're going to be talking about some local AEO research that we've actually already talked about together. An exploration of 68 million crawler visits to sites built on Duda.
Man, you've done quite something, Sean. And I had you on my podcast, the Chris Rolfe podcast. If anybody is interested in listening to those 2 episodes, just do a search for Chris Rolfe podcast. You'll find those episodes. Fascinating information. So we run a local SEO, AEO, GEO company, also now another company I'll talk about in a second. But basically, obviously, I went through all the data, the information, and I try to combine a lot of the information that you created as part of the research with very actionable information that I'm going to show as part of my presentation. So I think it's a good mix of, quantitative meets qualitative. And I mean, you're spot on, right? You did a fantastic job, you and your team. And I think it's going to be hopefully a very interesting session.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm excited to see it. So let's just hop right in.
Perfect. And then, Sean, just so you know, I'm going to wrangle you into certain slides. I think I gave you a heads up, right?
You did.
Yeah. So you may want to stay visible here. All right. Are we ready? Should we do this?
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. And then, Sean, I'll probably let you monitor the chat. If there are any questions that we should address right away, why don't you just let me know, interrupt me. I want to make this as useful, interesting as possible. And we only have a short amount of time, just an hour, to go through a lot of information. Let's do it, right? So we're going to talk about basically Sean and his team. I think they looked at close to 900,000 websites and about 68 million AI crawler visits, right? So this is the overarching theme of this presentation. How does this relate to local AEO, local SEO, local AI, GEO? That's what we're going to talk about. The reality is, right, that if most people, they still use Google for the foreseeable future. So they do a search for plumber, Boulder, Colorado. But now more and more people, they now use AI search, right? That may be within the traditional Google SERP, where they now are being served AI overviews, AI mode. But then a lot of people actually now use, chatbots such as ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity. So this is the data that Sean and his team looked at. This is what we're going to talk about. And ultimately, this is what this presentation is all about. I do still most of the sales calls what local service businesses are looking for, it's leads and sales, because that keeps them in business, right? And Sean, your research clearly made it 100% clear that if your website gets crawled by not only Google, the Google bot, but also AI search, there's going to be more human traffic. There's going to be more form submissions. There's going to be more click to call. Thus, you're going to get leads and sales, which is, what I as a small business owner need, right? So let's dive into this presentation. Let's quickly talk about the 900-pound gorilla in the room. Right? You can do whatever you want with whatever incredible AEO tactic you may know about or have. There is no AI, SEO, GEO, or AEO without content, right? And that's as simple as it is. I've been doing this for about 30 years now, before Google was called Google. So that's just a fact, right? And now in the age of AI, things have changed dramatically. What I'm hearing here at Boulder SEO Marketing, and now with our new company, microseo.ai, customers, they want us to create content at scale with the help of AI that actually ranks in Google and gets cited in AI search. Spoiler alert, I'm happy to report that we have figured it out and there's a lot of demand for it. So I'll be talking a little bit about that as well. Again, I'm Chris. I'm the founder of Boulder SEO Marketing right across the bridge here, and microseo.ai. I have been doing this forever. I'm actually really old. I just turned 56 yesterday, 2 days ago. I speak about this stuff globally. I'm originally from Switzerland, so there's a lot of demand for AI SEO stuff and the things that I talk about. If you would like to be kept in the loop, I do a weekly LinkedIn newsletter. It's all about AI, SEO, and GEO, basically the stuff that we talk about here today. Thank you, Gisela. So just scan that code real quick. There's about 4,000 people already subscribed to that newsletter. I'd love to get to 5,000 sooner than later. And I'm an educator first. I teach for university, including University of Strasbourg in France, an online degree. So I'm a teacher. I really share what I think is really useful information, including in this presentation here today. You're going to be the judge, right? Ultimately, proof is in the pudding. If you do a search, at least here in the US, for the search term AI SEO expert, you should find me in those AI overviews. Most search that you do in Google now triggers an AI overview. You need to be included, right? If you want to show up, if you want to get business, you got to be in those AI overviews. Then my personal website should rank organically at #1 position. I will talk about a critically important component on how to achieve what I'm showing you here. One of the most important things that you can do right away is build your EEAT score. I'll talk more about that in a second, but it basically stands for experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. This is, in my humble opinion, the most important ranking signal, in quotes, if you want to show up at the top in Google and AI search. All right. Enough about me. So, Sean, we're going to try to cover a lot of information here in a very short amount of time. I do hope that we have a little bit of time for Q&A at the end. And then just let me know if I need to speed things up a little bit, or maybe give me a heads up. It's like, hey, 30 minutes in. So I can maybe go a little bit faster. I trust you guys can read. We're going to cover a lot of information here. Okay, so this presentation is basically a learning opportunity for how to dominate your own local market with the help of the research that Sean and his team did, right? As you can see here, if you do a search for SEO agency Boulder, we're #1 in the map pack. #2 is not us, unfortunately. Number 3 is our Denver office, and then our website, our LinkedIn company page, etc. This is not rocket science. This is absolutely possible. This is how you get leads and sales through organic search efforts, right? Then, more important, as the research clearly showed, for local searches, Google is now showing more and more AI overviews, right? And that's just the reality that research clearly showed. So we need to address it. I'm going to show you a few tips and best practices on how to do that. And then, the reality is, I think here at Bold SEO Marketing, we're now getting about 50% of all of our new leads through chatbots such as ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity. This is the reality. And right, these leads are actually way better than the leads that we get to traditional search, because these people, they have done a ton of research. They already conversed with the chatbots. There's like, I got to reach out to this Bolder SEO Marketing guy because the chatbot is telling me that they're the one I need to reach out, right? And this is what basically the research showed. You got to be prominent in AI search, and then you're going to get leads and sales. This is what we want as small business owners, right? All right, Sean, let's get you back into the presentation here. I just came up with a few questions. You don't have to answer those, but basically, how would you explain to your mom or dad or your grandmother the research that you did in a nutshell? You have about 45 seconds. What was that research all about?
Yeah, so we will go on those questions, but generally what we were looking at, me, our product marketer, Michael, and some of our geniuses from the business intelligence team, we looked at, got a nice pen and paper here for people that still do that, 858,457 sites with 68 million crawler visits. And we tried to figure out from that subsection of sites, which ones are getting visits from AI crawlers, and then what do they have in common? What can we say broadly about these websites, many of which are built on Duda, are small businesses, that is attracting AI?
So, and this is what this presentation is about, right? The fact is that this is the reality. Like, there's no going back to before AI. I personally love AI. I know there's a lot of, bad emotions out there that's going to destroy everything and everybody. I don't think so. To me, it's a massive opportunity. It changed my business, my life, especially now with our second company, MicroSEO.ai. Talk more about that in a second. So I am certainly taking advantage of the research that Sean, you and your team provided. So thank you very much for actually doing this study. So the reality is, right, about actually, I think even more than 43% of all searches, they now result in 0 clicks. Google is the AI content generation world champion, right? They steal our content, they package it, and they put it in on top of the regular search results. You got to be included in those AI overviews, otherwise you're going to miss out, right? So zero click, it's a big thing. It's destroying businesses because they don't have the time, resources, or money to do AI, SEO, GEO, AEO properly, whatever you want to name it, right? This is why, luckily businesses like mine are doing really well, because I think we have figured it out. And if you are a fellow agency owner, I hope I'm going to be able to share really useful information here with you. And if you run, a small business, or if you're the marketing person at the business, I think this presentation is for you. The question is no longer, where do we rank? The question is like, do we exist in these answers, right? This is how you need to change your thinking at this point. All right. So in the lead up to today's masterclass, by the way, thank you so much, Anton, for organizing on the back end, organizing this event. You always put on incredible events. So shout out to Duda. In the lead up to this event, there were some really interesting conversations on LinkedIn happening where I posted about, what I'm going to talk about. And one thing that came up is the near me topic, right? Don't put on your website near me 100 times. It's probably not gonna work, right? So near me, I quickly want to address that. It is important, especially for local service businesses. So one thing that you cannot change, right? If you're a plumber, baker, whatever, a local service business you run, is probably the location of your business. You probably have a place, right? So you cannot change that. But in this presentation, I'm going to talk about relevance and prominence, right? Those are two things that you can actually influence, and I want to show you how, right? There's a few data points right down there. Sean, do you want to say anything about those numbers? But it's just a fact, right, based on your research.
Yeah, it's funny. That's actually the idea of like a near me local search is what inspired the research to begin with. I happen to own a old Toyota Prius, and I was looking for a hybrid mechanic near me. And I noticed when I did that, that pulled up an AI overview. Like just adding one descriptor to the search, the word hybrid instead of mechanic, pulled up an AI overview with an answer. The answer was a business. It's called Mile Hybrid Automotive, I believe. And it had a website that it cited, and it was their website. And that's what got us wondering is, how did this happen? Like, this is probably affecting a lot of local businesses as we see. And as we see, that's data that's worth having. That's a rank that's worth having. It leads to those same day visits. It's the majority of the kind of like commercial traffic that's happening across Main Street. And so the entire research was inspired by this. Just how does a local business get into that AI overview where all this value is at?
Awesome. And then, hey, feel free to jump in, right? If I miss anything, it was such a massive study. You're the expert, so feel free to chime in if you see fit. Okay, so let's talk about how near me is one. Basically, two places, or the two main places or things that you control is the map pack, your Google business profile. And by the way, this didn't make it into my presentation because it was just announced. OpenAI struck a partnership with Yelp. Okay, guess what? Now, if you're a local service business, Yelp is critically important for you to have as part of your digital strategy, because as you saw in the screenshot before, ChatGPT actually showed our Yelp profile. Luckily, we do have some good reviews on there. I don't actively, work on that too much, but guess what? That's going to change, right? Because we want to get found in ChatGPT. So Google Business Profile is probably the most important entity, but then also think about Yelp, because a lot of people are using ChatGPT. Make sure that NAP, name, address, phone number, and also hours are consistent across all of your directories, right? Make sure you get the right categories, services, pictures, reviews, etc. I'll talk a little bit more about Google Business Profile, a few additional tips, but that's obviously one critically important entity if you want to win the near me game, right? And then your website, it goes hand in hand. You need to have location specific pages. Even if you only have one location, I would say it does not hurt if you, let's say if you're Boulder-based business, right, have the homepage, but then create a Boulder-specific location page. You may, expand into other locations. Those work really well. I have a bit more information on that topic, how we do it. We have now satellite offices all over Colorado, because there's a lot of business in Colorado and it's working extremely well, and it's backed up by the research that Duda did, right? So hyper-localized location services pages, make sure the information on both entities are correct, in line. And then on your website, in relation to your local service offerings, you got to create EEAT content. I will tell you exactly how we do that, so that we actually show up if somebody's searching a search that ends up in near me, if they're, let's say, in Durango, Fort Collins, Grand Junction, etc. So that's a great opportunity that you can tackle right away. All right. So you can achieve incredible results with content, EEAT content on your website. I'm a big fan of proof is in the pudding, right? So if I do presentations, I'm not just going to talk about theory. I will actually show what is working and how. This is how people are searching for somebody like me. I'm an owner of a local service business in Fort Collins, right? I'm looking for an AI SEO agency. I also provides training. Who do you recommend near me? Guess what? When we opened the Fort Collins office, I also did a meet and greet, basically a super short training. We did a press release, right? Went up on the website. We put it out through PR Log, to the right publications. This is the kind of stuff that's going to get you into these AI overviews. It's also the stuff that these large language models are feeding on, more on that, but that's a strategy that you can deploy right away. Then, Sean, I'm going to let you tackle this slide here.
Yeah, so we tried to distinguish across the sites that we looked at what kind of site it was. Like, what's the primary function? Is this a local business? Is it an e-commerce site? Or is it just kind of a more generic brochure style site? And we saw that these local businesses were getting the majority of the crawls from, like, the majority of visits from AI crawlers. And then we even saw, if we went down and dug into verticals, that real estate especially did super well. If you want to talk about a local business, a house is certainly, like, the location's half of it. And so we definitely saw a lot of interest from these AI platforms for local business websites.
Why do you think the number for real estate is so much higher? And, like, what other categories, globally speaking, did you look at?
Yeah, so we have a category selection system within our data. So there's countless categories that we can dive into. Real estate, and this might be a spoiler for later, is the exact kind of website that AI likes to see. It is inherently structured in a very specific way. To what you were saying earlier, these properties must have, like, their address. They must have some descriptions. That you're selling this house, so it's very rich in data. It's very rich in information. It's very rich in the right kind of keywords that AI likes. And then, if it's going well, and Colorado has been, and many places can be, like, a hot real estate market. If things are going well, you're changing constantly. The site is constantly updating. It's constantly being refreshed. So you've got this fresh data. You've got this well-labeled data. You've got some schema involved. There are certainly real estate style schemas and structures for data. And so it lends itself towards what we're going to see later in the research, the kind of stuff that AI likes to see on a website.
And actually, so your research encouraged me to, we worked with some real estate agents. So we beefed up our, content. I'm happy to report we now rank really well for, like, SEO for realtors, etc. And we're signing on more and more realtors. And yeah, you're spot on, right? It's just like consistency. Basically exactly what your research showed. We're putting this to work right now. So, again, thank you for that. So let's quickly talk about Google Business Profile. Google, the search giant, they're making it harder and harder to actually claim your Google Business Profile. So do this the right way. If you're a local service business and you haven't claimed your Google Business Profile yet, simply go to, I think, business.google.com and walk through the process, right? If you're a legit business, you got a location, you may have to take that stupid video, right, where you got to show the sign and make sure that they, you know you're a legit business. But oftentimes, I talk with local service businesses. The website is a complete mess. It's somebody like me that just started a business, then used a platform to create a website. Most small local service business owners, they're not website designers. They're not good at marketing, right? So they just create a website. For example, my first client is still with us, I think 15, 16 years later. It's a dark website with dark fonts, like you could not read anything. I'm like, I spoke with them and like, what in the world? Hey, we're going to have to build you a new website. But, we can immediately deploy a strategy for Google Business Profile and other platforms like Yelp. So what I recommend, once a month, just go to your dashboard, click on everything, edit profile, read reviews. The worst thing that you can do is not respond to reviews, right? This is stuff that not only Google looks at, but also the other large language models, how you respond as the business owner. And guess what? That's a great opportunity to actually throw in some keywords where somebody is thanking you for you helping them find an apartment. If you're an apartment, find a business, right? Throw in some content that makes sense in relation to your business. Then photos, critically important. There's metadata on the back end of, the pictures. If you take a picture with your pocket computer and you're in, let's say, Fort Collins or Denver or Durango or Grand Junction, whatever, put those pictures up in the appropriate Google Business Profile. One thing that everybody completely neglects, and it drives me crazy, posts. You're able to directly talk with or communicate with the search engine giant. So if you put out, let's say, a weekly post on the latest findings on the best technology, how to, exterminate ants or whatever it is, right? This is how I do it. This is how I do it for my clients. This is the kind of stuff that will actually get the attention of AI overviews and also large language models. If you sell products or services, make sure to take advantage of, the descriptions that you can add there. It goes straight to the search engine giant, right? So please, please, please go through this dashboard once a month, once a quarter if you're super busy. But this is one of these nuggets that if you're a small owner of a small business, please do this. You will benefit from this probably within less than a month if you actually do this stuff. John, anything to add, or did I cover this appropriately?
This is great. Yeah, I know you have further in the deck more about Google Business Profile, so I won't spoil it.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So let's talk about, like, AI has to crawl you first, right? And crawling is not free. The reality is that everybody is using AI. I think 98% of all people, they use AI the wrong way. Sean, I'm sure you're not shocked, but when I talk with potential clients and I do a quick audit on their blog, it's all AI slop content, terrible. It actually negatively impacts a website, okay? If you know for a fact that you have just low quality AI generated content on your website, just read the study that Sean created, right? You're going to miss out on that more human traffic, the form submissions, the click-to calls. Why? Because if you have crap content on your website, that's just low quality AI generated content, it's not going to do anything for you. In fact, these crawlers will stop coming to your website, and it's devastating. It's going to cost you leads and sales, right? So let's take a step back, right? In order for not only the Google bot, the crawler, to regularly crawl your website, but also these chat bots, right? You need a website that AI can actually read and is excited to crawl. So make sure you have an about page, right? You list key people. Again, this goes back to EEAT. A lot of scammers, they put up a lot of websites. Make sure you put real content about real people that work at your business on there, policy pages, right? Hours that match your Google Business Profile, your Yelp profile, etc. Right? And if you don't know how to update your website, just go to ChatGPT or Claude, Perplexity, and say, "Hey, I'm a plumber in this area. Take a look at the leading websites that I need to compete with, and let me know what other pages I need to create." So that's something that's critically important. If your website is not set up to be crawler friendly, that's something you need to change right away. It's probably a 2-month project, right? Sean, anything to add there?
That was perfect. Completely agree.
All right, I'm gonna have a slide for you here in a second.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so now we have a website that actually it's built to be crawled by not only Google, but also the AI crawlers. Now, the reality that we're all facing is that in the not so distant future, we're going to task AI agents such as Gemini Spark to do search on our behalf. I just did a local SEO tip on this topic. We're thinking about buying a spa, a hot tub, and I have a budget. So I set up a search in Gemini Spark, which is an AI agent, and I ask it to provide me with a weekly report because I'm looking to buy that, in the fall, winter. So it does search on my behalf. Guess what? If your website is not A to A friendly, agent to agent, you're gonna miss out. Right? There's also Web MCP, Model Context Protocol, that you need to update your website for. Basically, the point here is that you need to make your website AI crawler friendly. And I'm going to put Sean here on the spot in just a second. This is a neat little tool where you can throw in your website. It's called isitagentready.com. I think it's by Cloudflare. Just throw it in there and you're going to see the probably the hard reality, or probably the good reality, in that that your website is probably not agent to agent ready or agent search ready. And that's something that you need to address right away. All right. Sean, I'm going to briefly let you talk about, you guys, I think you built agent-friendly websites. Just briefly talk about the topic, the importance, how you guys do it, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so we try and get a lot of this stuff ready for agencies to go right out of the gate. We build the sites with kind of a very readable structure automatically, server-side rendering. We automatically generate schema, sitemaps, LLMs.txt, which I know is part of this agent stuff now. We use Index now to publish changes directly to Bing. One thing that we're very proud of is our core web vitals. We work very hard. The entire team works very hard to make sure that the sites load very fast, that there's no jumping around when they load. We obviously have our MCP server and our bookings tools, which you'll see in a minute. The booking tool has a surprising impact on AI search. But all these things come together to give a really strong, as he says, a really strong SEO and AEO ready foundation, right out of the box.
Awesome. And, I can definitely highly recommend Duda as a, CMS. It's something that's very important if you're about to start a business. The CMS selection, critically important. Again, shout out to Duda here. Then, all right, let's tackle EEAT a bit more. So now you have your website, right? It has a good structure. You're starting to build content. One of the things that most companies that I talk to really suck at, they're not building the EEAT profile of the author associated with the content that goes up on the website. This is one of the most important things, right? EEAT stands for experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. Google and these large language models, they do not want to index bits and bytes content in their server farms that they cannot associate with a trusted resource. Because if they surface, let's say crap content by a spammer, people will not go back to that search engine, right? So these tools have an obligation to actually do all the vetting of the people associated with the content that they're going to share at the top and cite in their AI generated content. So EEAT, critically important. Luckily, I got into this game about 30 years ago. I live on the internet. I kid you not, with the help of our microSEO.ai platform methodology, I can create AI-generated content the right way. There's a methodology to the madness, obviously. It will rank, I kid you not, within 24 to 48 hours for really competitive search terms. Why? Because the content is associated with my name. I have a killer EEAT profile. So what I recommend, do a bit of research, learn how to build your EEAT profile. This is the key takeaway of this slide here. If you only do one thing, or if you want to take away one, nugget from this presentation, this would be it, in my opinion. All right. So now let's talk about rethinking content creation in the age of AI. A month after ChatGPT launched, I was asked to give a presentation for a European Globalization Association on how AI is going to change global digital marketing and content marketing. I watched about 120 hours of YouTube videos. I consumed what I could find. And to me, right back then, is 100% clear that in the not so distant future, a lot of content will be created with AI, but how it's going to be created, that's going to be the differentiator, right? So over the last 2 years, we have built that new company where, again, I'm happy to report, we have figured it out. We can now create content with the help of AI at scale that actually ranks at the top in the search engines and also gets cited in AI search. The reality is that more and more people now use these chatbots, right? And they use longer and longer search phrases, right? Then these search phrases, they go through a process called query fan out, where the search engines do multiple searches for every thing that they can dissect that search phrase into. And at the end of the day, the search engines, they will take a look at a plethora of information, like billions of content out there, to ultimately surface the right kind of content, right? This is what we're tasked with. This is what we need to understand in order for our content to show up. All right, that was a long intro for where I'm going with this. If you create content on your website, you also got to think about your customer. We use the story brand methodology. If you don't know what that is, just do a search for story brand framework. You'll get it. Basically, your customer, they're the hero. They're in a hole. They have a problem and you're the guide. You got a plan, right? And you got to communicate that on your website. So just creating content for the sake of creating content is a bad idea, right? You got to create content that has a clear messaging framework and strategy. Otherwise, you're going to compete with billions of other pieces of content. All right. The reality is that most local service businesses, they're way too busy to deal with this. Right. So I recommend, if you're super busy, hire somebody to help you with this. This is another key nugget where I would make a note, right? Have structure with your messaging. As you can see here, our Fort Collins location page, we directly talk to our ICP, ideal customer profile, local service businesses in, location, and then their problem, the whole, are you losing jobs because your competitors rank higher on Google and in ChatGPT? And then you can talk about yourself, right? This, once we applied this methodology, actually our content started to rank even better than before. Okay. Now, the five must-haves for local AEO. And Sean, I think I'm going to let you quickly talk about this slide, and I'll drink a sip of water.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to give you a little breather. So like we mentioned earlier, we were looking at what the sites that were getting the most crawler visits from AI had in common and how they compared against the baseline. And we talked about Google Business Profile already. But Duda has a feature built in that lets you connect your website to your Google Business Profile directly and keep the information in sync with each other. So if you imagine you might have a phone number and address in the footer, we have a central spot for that, and we're going to keep that in sync with Google Business Profile. One thing we can use when we're analyzing data is we can look at this, we can say, this website definitely has a Google Business Profile. We know they do, we're connected to it. And so those sites that had that just performed significantly better. We saw, compared to the baseline site, 34 percentage points greater AI visibility than just a baseline website with just that one feature alone added. So it's by far the biggest lever. In a similar vein, local schema. We generate these at the same time, but not everyone has to use Google Business Profile sync. So sites that did have local schema, but were not synced to Google Business Profile, did about 19 percentage points better. So again, we're seeing that AI cared about this, that it cared about these local sites and this schematized data of business hours and address. Reviews were a huge one. I believe it was number 2. It was a 31 percentage point increase over the baseline. Again, that should come as no surprise. Chris has been talking this whole time about authoritativeness. Reviews are a great way to build kind of testimonial and authority. Blog content as well. We saw that every blog post increased crawler visits by 7%. So recent content, this warehouse of content, is very, very valuable. And then dynamic services and location pages. So another Duda concept, and many website builders have what I'm about to say. We have something called dynamic pages. So we can take a database of information and convert it into pages. Every row is a page, and the column is the data that goes on the page. People that were using this saw 4% more crawler visits per additional page. This is a great way to have those kind of structured things that are really the foundation of local SEO. And we see that as the foundation of local AEO too, which is, a page for everywhere you've got a business location. If you're a plumber, a page for every service you provide, broken pipes, leaky faucets, stuff like that.
I mean, this is a big deal, right? This slide, I love this slide because, 19 points, that's a big deal. Even if you just do local schema, which is so easy nowadays, you can just go to your favorite chatbot and it will create probably the local schema for you. So this game plan is actually easy to implement if you have time, resources, obviously, and the knowledge. And this directly translates into leads and sales, right? So what we're showing here is sort of like a game plan on how to be successful with your local service business. And it's backed up by real data. Then I can confirm for a fact that this is true, right? So hopefully you take this to heart. And even if you pick like 3, 4, 5 things, I think it will make a difference for your business. And you're going to get more leads and sales, which is, what we all want as small business owners. All right. Sean here, I mean, it's just like feature stacking, right? It totally makes sense. I don't know if you want to quickly talk about feature stacking here.
Yeah, so everything I was talking about before, all those numbers I was giving were for individual features. But it should come as no surprise that as you combine more of those things and countless other features we didn't even list on that slide, we start to see like a compounding effect. So sites with 4 or more of these kind of proven features to boost crawling rate were 95.9% visible, significantly more than the baseline site of 50%. And then there was a specific best case scenario combination we saw, which is having a blog, having local schema, being connected to your Google business profile, or having that up to date and in sync with your website content, and then having those dynamic service pages. Those sites were 400% more visible to AI. They received 400% more crawler visits, 16 times the volume, 4 times for those features. So I hugely recommend, if you have to invest in just 4 things, it's those 4 things. It's the schema, it's connecting and updating your Google business profile, it's having that blog with the EAT content, and it's having service pages or location pages or some kind of structured page that's unique to that local business.
I mean, this slide is mind-blowing, and hopefully a motivation, right, for people to do that. It's not rocket science, it can be done. Let's very quickly talk about website bloat. One of the features is obviously content. Don't just please create crap content. You have to create super high quality content. I'll quickly explain how we do that with the help of AI. You're actually looking at Google Search Console for the Boulder SEO marketing website. I've been in business for a very long time. We're finally updating our website. A lot of people have worked at my business, and I know for a fact there's a lot of crappy AI generated content on our website. I looked at the, crawled, currently not indexed, discovered, currently not indexed. And I know for a fact there's a lot of low quality AI generated. I like that shout. Bad content on the website, and we're actually going to just kill it because Google takes a look at your website like a library, right? If all of the books in that library are amazing, people will come back more often. We don't have an amazing library right now. It's about 15% of all the content on our website generates about 90% of the traffic. This is holding you down. This is dragging you down. So I recommend, this is another one of these golden nuggets, go to your Search Console, to the Pages section, and take a look at discovered and crawled, currently not indexed. You know exactly, that you need to deal with this situation. Okay. Virtual Chris. I have a virtual copy of me that I've been building for about 2+ years now. It's a project in Claude. I created I think a 30-minute video about how to do that. Right there at the bottom is the link to that blog post. Again, I'm a teacher first, happy to give away really good content. If you don't have a virtual you yet, this is something that you need to do right away. If you want to do AI SEO for yourself, create one for your business. Just read that blog post. You'll get the idea how to do that. Anything that I do goes into Virtual Chris, transcripts, like the recording of this presentation. I'm creating net new content. This is so hard to do, right? So I create net new content all day long because I talk to people, to a lot of people in my business. I record everything, and then I create structured data. And then with the help of Virtual Chris, I'm actually able to create content. I go back and forth, and it ranks at the top in Google, 100% AI generated content. And I'll show you an example in a second here. This is basically the micro SEO.ai platform methodology that we're now doing it's usually for, medium, small enterprise clients that need a lot of content created at scale with the help of AI that actually ranks, right? Create net new content. We create a virtual client for them. It's basically a micro large language model. We build a beautiful software that is easy to interact with. Then it creates the ultimate piece of content on a certain subject topic that people want to rank for. And then Then we have created a piece of content that's on our website. And then the very important part that will get you into large language models, we're going to slice and dice that piece of content, and we go into what we call the Big 10, and we do digital PR, because that's where these large language models are feeding on. I'm going to show you exactly what the Big 10 are and how to do digital PR. But this basically, in a nutshell, is the micro SEO approach. It's not rocket science, but it works shockingly well. The engine behind the engine is SE Ranking. It's an SEO tool that we use. So you still need tools for this process, but it's absolutely doable. Here is an example. Sean, this is 100% AI generated content. I created this thing about 6 or 7 days ago. It ranked at the top within 24 hours. We work with, multi-location franchise companies. Guess what? There's a lot of them out there. So if you want to do a search for multi-location franchise SEO, you should find this piece of content. It's cited in AI overviews. It shows up in AI search and traditional search, 100% AI generated content with the help of our platform. It's absolutely possible if done right. The Big 10, these are the platforms where these large language models feed on, steal content so that they can create AI generated content for the users. I'm not going to rattle off all of these platforms, but as some of you may be aware, Google Search Console just added a place for X, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, where you can add them to your Search Console and you get insights about the performance. Guess what? Those platforms are critically important. So you got to be on those platforms. Digital PR, we do a lot of press releases. Guess what? We did a press release about my speaking engagement here. This is all stuff that these AI chatbots are feeding on. It's not rocket science, absolutely doable with the help of AI. It's actually really easy. This is all automated on our platform, microseo.ai. For move, then let's talk. What I recommend, just go to these chatbots, check your entity footprint, your personal name, your company name. This is probably the reality that you're faced with, right? Then fix what you can fix right away. Google Business Profile, location, services pages, something you can do immediately. Start to record the conversations that you have. If you're a CEO of a small business like mine, you got to build a virtual you, and then stack your local signals. Sean will be happy to talk to you about that more. But this basically, in a nutshell, this is something I think that anybody here on this call can implement right away. Here are a few resources, the full report. Sean, I don't know if you're going to share this with all the attendees here, but this is how you can request the entire report. It's a fascinating piece of content if you're into statistics and data. I'm sharing all of the knowledge that I have. So there are a few, blog posts that I recommend you read. I'm also a brand ambassador for SE Ranking. It's a company out of Ukraine. They give us free access to their tool. They give my students, when I teach at universities, free access. So I plug them. I don't make money off them. It's my favorite tool. We're open for questions. Look at that. I think we have about 8 or 9 minutes. Again, this is how you can get in touch with me and learn more about me. And Sean, man, we got to get together for a beer right at.
I know.
Yeah.
I'll get started with a question before we get something from the chat. You told people to stop chasing keywords and to cover the whole topic. For a business owner who's not an SEO expert, what does that actually look like in practice on like a Monday morning?
Yeah, just go to my favorite tool is Claude, right? So I do a lot of content for our website. Guess what? I don't really do scientific keyword research anymore. These platforms, they're good enough. If you don't want to pay for a platform such as SE Ranking, which I do recommend, right? You get better data. But if you're a local service business, the search term that people use, it's usually, right, a service, and then a location. It's very straightforward. So when we created our location pages, Durango, Grand Junction, Fort Collins, etc., we basically just used AI. I said, hey, we did the research for the Fort Collins location page. These are the 10 keywords that we're targeting. Do I need to think about other keywords? And then we used our system to crank out all of these location pages. Guess what? They're ranking at the top in Google and AI search. So that's a good start, right?
On the same topic of like these kind of big things that you've done, I know you mentioned you built a system, Virtual Chris and micro SEO strategies, to turn expert conversations into content that ranks for a business that cannot build all of that. What's the smallest version of that idea that they could start with this week?
Man, so I think, if you cannot build a virtual you following the instructions that I shared, or if you go to the chrisralph.com website, just go to the blog, you'll find that blog post. I try to provide step-by-step instructions. You're going to have to sign up for a paid version of Claude. I do recommend use Claude. If you cannot figure this out yourself, just hire there's a lot of AI consultants out there these days. Ask them to do this for you. It's game changing. I save 3 to 5 hours a day of things that I used to do. It's incredible what a virtual you will be capable of doing for you. So that would be my advice. Yeah.
I just saw a question coming in the chat. Very, very good one. When you're setting up these systems for anything really, like content generation audits, how often are you like recalibrating them? Models are changing. It's probably tempting to constantly tinker. How often do you actually do that?
Oh my God, that's a great question, Gisela. Sadly, we do it all the time. I have to hire 4 full-time developers, because now apparently we're a SaaS company. I used to be a local SEO company. It changed. We just launched that thing, the micro SEO platform. So right now, AI is evolving so rapidly. Obviously, we as a company that is offering that service, we have to do it all the time. If you run a local service business, don't go too crazy. Maybe use a AI agent such as Gemini, Spark, or just whatever agent you use, right, to set up a weekly or bi-weekly summary of what has changed in relation to your business and what do you need to update. I mean, it truly is incredible what you can do with the help of AI. So maybe just take a breather, sit back and think about how can you use AI to give you the information, how you need to update your AI. That's how I try to approach things. Then you're not going to go crazy. Otherwise, you're going to just go nuts and you're not going to achieve anything. Thank you for that. Kudos.
Yeah. On kind of in the same vein of these big ideas, you mentioned that, a recognizable author is going to beat an anonymous brand. How does a small business where the owner is definitely not a public figure start to develop that kind of authority?
So I started with, speaking at meetups. And now I speak at some of the biggest, events in the world because I show up, number one, for AI SEO expert. This is how I started, right? Again, I would say go to your favorite chatbot, explain who you are, what you do, brainstorm with that tool and, maybe figure out a strategy that is actually implementable. I know you're running a business if you're a local service business owner, and it's hard to wear multiple hats. I've been there. I hear you, but it's something that's so critically important that you have to think about, right? So think about what is it that will help you to build your EEAT. Maybe you start with doing digital PR. I love prlog.org. prlog.org. It's an inexpensive press release distribution platform. If you hire new people, if you add a new service, do a press release and then do a quote of you, founder and president John Smith of, XYZ HVAC company in Denver mentions that they're happy to announce, something like that. Even just something like that will do the trick. Then a platform that I didn't even have a chance to include in the presentation, it's called connectively.us, where you can get into roundups. This is probably the easiest way. We do this for most of our clients to build their EEAT score. Ping me if I don't want to make this a sales pitch, but if, it takes time, resource, and know-how, I'm happy to talk to you if you want. But again, there's a lot of information on the chrisralph.com website, blog, and sign up for my weekly LinkedIn newsletter. I share all my knowledge. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This was great. Yeah, it was really great having you. It was great going through all this data, all this information. I would encourage everyone to stick around. Our very next session will be with Ruan and Shelly. They're going to be walking through selling and delivering AI search visibility. Ruan is a genius. I totally recommend listening to his deck. You're going to get a lot to take away from this.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
good luck,
thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address. Add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Hey.
Hey, how are you? I am super excited to be here today. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for sticking around for the last session of the day. I have the honor of hosting this session of Duda's Local AEO MegaWebinar. I don't know about you. I've been enjoying all of the sessions. I've learned so much today. And we are about to bring it on home with Ruan Marino. I am super excited. This is my second webinar that I've hosted with him as a presenter. Ruan is the founder of DevelopMark, a digital marketing agency, as well as a co-founder of Splashdashed, which is a local SEO reporting dashboard tool. So he's going to actually give us a wonderful presentation today discussing how his agency and how DevelopMark approaches to selling and providing AEO services to their clients. So Ruan, I will pass it on to you to kind of take over, give us a little bit more information about your background in DevelopMark, and take it on over.
Yeah, good to see you, Shelly. It's been a while.
I know.
Yeah. Thanks for the introduction. I really appreciate that. And special shout out to Sean for that really nice compliment he said before the session was over in the last one. I learned a lot over the last one. So I'm really excited to get in today's webinar, which is really going to be like how to take the theory out of it and actually make it practical. I'm going to show real examples of my clients. I'm going to show how we measure AI visibility directly inside of Duda. And I'm going to show you guys how to just be the best at what you do within an hour's time frame. So I would love to see where everybody's from inside of the comments section. I'm in Connecticut. Shelly, where are you tuning in from?
I am in North Carolina.
Ooh, North Carolina. Is it warm there?
It's very hot. Yes.
Yeah, I like it. I like it hot. So maybe that's the Brazilian in me. Okay. Yeah, so let's get started, everybody. If you're watching this, put in the comments where you're from. I'd love to tailor the conversation to local markets if possible. We do only local, like that's what we specialize in, and we do that for a reason. I hate corporations, but I love working with local service-based businesses. And there is a swag on using it and doing it the right way. And I'm going to give you some of that swag today. So you can go out into your local market. You can talk to a small business owner. You can give them the best results of their life. you can grow, you can make more money, you can go on vacation, you can enjoy your life, and you can stop thinking about quitting doing this every day. So that's my goal. Okay, so we have Seattle, Charlotte, North Carolina also. Ashley Coffee Walters. She's right in your hood, Shelly.
Yeah, nice. I'm in Charlotte as well.
Nice. All right, great. So let's get started. So this is the presentation. It's about selling and delivering AI search visibility. Louisville, not Louisville. If you say Louisville, the people in Louisville, they want to kill you. So let's get started. So about me a little bit. So I started a company called Develomark, which is a digital marketing agency here in Connecticut. And we only work with businesses in Connecticut. And we will physically go to them. We physically get the job done. And we help them show up in the AI search results, as well as run their ads. And we always make their website. And we always make the website on the Duda platform because it's made it so easy for us. Dynamic pages, MCP server, which we're going to talk about today. If you guys aren't using the MCP server inside of Duda and you use Duda, it's absolutely critical you do so. I'm going to show you why. And I run a software company called Splashddash. So before we get started, I want to just talk about 4 key things, right? A lot of businesses don't actually understand what AEO is yet. It's like when you were bringing up SEO a couple of years ago, maybe 10 years ago, and people were saying, what is that? Search engine optimization. Now we have answer engine optimization. So there's a bunch of words out there. There's GEO, there is AEO, AI SEO. It all means the same thing. And so for me, AEO is where I land. And I actually started the subreddit AEO, r/AEO. So you should go check that out. And there's a lot of conversation about there about strategies that's working on a daily basis. So setting up AEO the right way is critical. And really that starts with benchmarking. Then going into the pricing model, I'm going to share with you guys my exact pricing model, how I do it, how I build them, how I do a monthly installment plan, and what are the deliverables that I do on a monthly basis for that client. Then I'm going to show you my reporting cadence, because a lot of this stuff may sound like Houdini right now. It may sound like magic. It may sound like genie in a bottle. But in reality, there is a physical way to track if someone's doing better since you've been working on their stuff, and if they're getting conversions, most importantly, because business owners want conversions. They don't just want a visibility score. They want to make sure that they're getting a return on investment from what you're working on. I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So by the end of today's webinar, my hope for you guys, if you pay attention, is that you leave with clarity. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish today, is clarity within the entire AEO service delivery model. So this is the question that I ask all our clients is, when was the last time you used AI? That could be ChatGPT, that could be Claude, that could be Google AI Overview. And I guarantee you pretty much everybody that's watching this and will watch this and has watched in the past has been today. And so that's really, really critical, because AI is becoming really, really used by everybody, not just for work, not just for Claude automations, but to find products and services. So my pitch always begins with, well, Shelly, when was the last time you used ChatGPT? And you might say, that might have been today. That might have been yesterday. I say, do you think it's possible someone's looking for your type of business in that AI? And that person will say, well, probably like so. Okay, do you know how visible you are? So that's how I'll start the conversation when I'm working with the business owner, to help them understand what this is. I'm not trying to overwhelm them with acronyms. I'm just trying to get them to understand it at a very basic level by putting themselves in their buyer's shoes. So I always ask, when was the last time you used AI? And guys, you need to understand this. AI SEO terms are growing really fast. The last time I captured the screenshot was at the end of last year. And you can see that little blue line is people searching for AI SEO agency. So business owners are becoming cognizant that they need to work with a marketing agency that truly understands how to get their business inside and cited inside of the LLM. This is very possible to do with the strategies I'm going to show you on today's webinar. And so with that being said, do you want to go for the business where the trend is going down, or do you want to go for the business that the trend is going up? You can position yourself rarely, like in a rare occasion in time, to be the leading AI SEO agency in your marketplace by just understanding how to sell and deliver this stuff. And we've been doing it really successfully over the past year, 2 years actually. And now the tools have just gotten so much better. They're inside of the content management system. MCPs are getting better. Literally, all of these things are coming together to make it so you can be the perfect AI SEO agency in your local marketplace, okay? So follow the trends and where the money is going. Trust me, don't go where the money is decreasing. And SEO has changed. The new discovery funnel is now going to be directly inside of the ChatGPT results, the Google AI results, the Claude results, etc. That's where the discovery is happening now. Now we're going to talk about attribution, which means if someone finds you in AI, how can you tie them to a conversion, which is really important. And that's where the industry is really having a big challenge right now. And with challenge comes opportunity. So that discovery model has completely changed. We've done research at our office where we physically watched people use AIs searching for local businesses. And what we found is people will go to an AI and they will leave AI and check that business's Google business profile, check that business's social media. But the discovery is happening inside of the AI. So if I find a business in local AI, I'm then going to go to their other entities to validate that business and to see what they offer, to look at the validation of that business, etc. So what is AEO? Really simple, just in one sentence. SEO gets you clicks, AEO gets you cited. Okay, the citation can drive the click, but not all the time. Some people will make their decisions directly inside of the actual LLM. The way I like to look at it is instead of keywords, we have queries. If its keyword is one word, like med spa, a query might be best med spas near Southington for facials, laser, and hair removal. The key reason for the queries is that voice to text is becoming a more popular technology. If I ask that same question, how many of you are using voice to text on any sort of device, whether it's your phone, your computer, your chatbot, a lot of you would probably say, I'm using that because you know typing is a huge waste of your time. If you're typing, you're living in the Stone Ages. You need to be talking to the computer. It's going to get you a lot more done. And the only thing that we have finite is our time. So why not leverage things that are going to save us a ton of time? It just makes sense, okay? And so queries are really what you got to think about. These queries are getting a lot longer. So when one day, when ChatGPT and Google says, hey, webmasters, you can now see prompt data for your entity, you're going to see that those queries are going to be things you can't even imagine. So trying to find the right keywords is like trying to find a needle in the haystack. It's not going to be relevant. You're just going to have to optimize for as many queries as possible. That's why I love in the last session, he was talking about taking what he talks about and turning it into content, because we don't know what people are going to search. We just know the categories of these different things that they're going to be searching. So here's the differentiation that I have found is that the foundation is multiple posts have written by Google says it doesn't really care too much about your schema this, schema that. It really just cares about the credibility, the structured data, and how clear your information is. So it can read HTML really well. So the key is getting things onto the web page, not necessarily worrying too much about technical. Whereas SEO, it was all about technical. It was all about making sure that the content is readable to the search engine. The conditioning for winning here is getting the citation. We're going to talk about that. The content unit is the page. We now want the snippet. The language is search optimized. Now we want it more conversational. High click-through rate was the success. Now it's share of model. I'm going to show you exactly how to track that. And then the user behavior was multiple sources. Now it's solving a problem instantly for whatever they're going to type. So basically, the more content you can put out there from your expertise, the more likely you are to get cited when a user makes that prompt. We're going to show you how we track those prompts when we get a client and all those kinds of things. So here are how the agents are currently operating. Now, there was an article that just came out by NBC and Cloudflare Radar, that bot traffic has just surpassed human traffic on the internet. And so, well, that sounds weird to say human traffic, but basically there's more LLM traffic on the web than there are human traffic on the web. And the reason for that is because in 10 seconds, an LLM can visit 5,000 pages where you may visit a few pages. So it's analyzing the internet at a scale that's much quicker than we can to formulate a decision or an opinion for the person using an LLM. So really, you need to market to the agent now. Your role is to not only just market to the human beings with brand presence and your face and your wording and things along those lines, but now we need to be attractive to the LLM to pick us up, to serve us as a result. And there's a defined scientific way to do that based on the LLM you're optimizing for. And we're going to talk about which one you should optimize for depending on your industry. And so for me, it's local service-based businesses. So our two is ChatGPT and Google AI Overview. Those are our big ones. We have seen conversions come from Perplexity, from Claude, but it's a very small amount. Most of our bot traffic from these different places are for those two LLMs. So if you're working retail like I am, which is local, service-based, and they're selling to a homeowner or a B2C consumer, you're going to want to focus on those two. If you're selling B2B, you may want to consider Perplexity. You may want to consider Claude, things along those lines. But overall, ChatGPT crawler activity and Claude are extremely high. And of course, everybody uses Google, so you want to be there as well. So your website is now the primary data source. And this is really exciting for anybody that's selling websites, because everybody was like, oh, the website's not going to matter. AI is just going to know everything. Well, AI needs to analyze your website, which we call first-party data, to form an opinion about the business. And first-party data is the most reliable data that the LLM can gather about a business. It's the only thing that it can reliably crawl to give a good answer, because it comes from the business. So now, all of a sudden, it's the best time to be in the website business. Every business needs a website business. Now, if you suck at sales and you don't know how to explain this to a customer, and you don't know how to demonstrate value, and you keyword stuff them with a bunch of acronyms that they're not going to understand, you're going to confuse the buyer, you're never going to sell them a website. It was never the website industry. It's your positioning on how to sell AEO, I promise you. Because now that first party data is the most important part of what we do. So this is an example for one of our clients where we pump out content for them on their website based on conversations we have with them to analyze and optimize for as many prompts as possible in their niche. So this is an example of what the website is now, the data source. We always make the website for the client. When we talk about the offer, I'll show you. And the new conversion source. There are several new conversion sources showing up. So this is our call tracking solution that we use. And often we are finding that the first touch is coming from places like SearchGPT. So a user goes into ChatGPT, they search for a query. ChatGPT doesn't have an instant answer because it wants to analyze and give the user a better result. It crawls the internet, it finds our client calls directly from ChatGPT. And so that attribution model is becoming more popular. And I save this information so that I can sell it to new businesses and showcase to them that there is revenue coming from these AI models. You're just not tracking it the right way, and you're not optimizing for it the right way. And on this webinar, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So in this case example, you can see this was a quality lead, analyzed the web page, they called from it. It was tagged with ChatGPT as the attribution source with the UTM parameters. And there it tagged the system that this lead came from ChatGPT. Same thing with contact forms. This is a new conversion source that we're seeing people filling out directly inside of our contact forms. You can see the message here after someone visited our website. We are considering doing a light upgrade to our kitchen, etc. Is this something your company can do? I found your information on ChatGPT. This is a person that found a business that never knew they existed because of their search inside of ChatGPT. It's like when the iPhone came out, everybody wanted to be using the new cool thing. So people love saying, I use AI, I use AI. Oh yeah, I use Claude. I know everything. Claude's cool, ChatGPT's cool. That's where people are going to put their attention inside of the search. So get ready and pay attention there. So this is what success looks like now, right? It's when somebody types in a query, when somebody talks to the AI, your business is cited in the results. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the conversion, but being visible in there and knowing how to track that across several LLMs is in your best interest, especially if you're working with a client that you're selling AEO to, or that they're expecting an AEO result. This is another example, but this is on Google AI Overview. This is for a pest control company that we work with. A customer called them and asked for a WDIR termite inspection. Claude saw that their website did not have a page on this. Claude drafted a page directly in their Duda website using the Duda MCP. We checked it for human review in 1 minute, published it. Next day, it was ranking at the top. Now the client's going to get results whenever someone types this type of thing in. This level of scale, guys, was just not possible prior to MCPs, Duda releasing an MCP, Claude becoming really good, especially now with Fable 5, as I'm going to show you, and these AI engines serving an AI overview every search, right? Google AI overviews have dramatically increased from last year. I think it's up like 30-something%. And so most searches are delivering an AI overview. And if you don't understand the algorithmic factors of what's putting things at the top of the AI overviews, you are going to lose this battle. Because just because something's in an AI overview doesn't mean it's going to be also inside of the organic search results. They're two different algorithms. So I want to help you guys understand what I'm seeing from there. And this is really cool. I don't know if people know this, but you should. And I'm going to tell you right now. If you have Duda's MCP, right, you can actually see inside of the API, or the MCP is what I use. I don't really use the API. I think APIs are outdated. And so when you use MCPs, you can actually just chat with Claude and ask it for, what are my bot visits year to date on this website URL? And you can see the dramatic uptick from the beginning of this year of bot visits to this website. And this is the MedSpa website that I was just talking to you about that I'm going to use as an example on today's webinar. And so that is really good for me to know, because people are wondering, like, okay, I understand LLMs are important, but is it actually working? Like, are people actually coming to the website? They're not. People are not going to your website. An LLM is, and then giving them an answer. Here's direct evidence of this. Like, you can see this almost hockey puck growth starting to happen in the beginning of this year. That's tremendous. And as more competition gets introduced into the LLMs, it's going to arm you as the AEO professional to be more agile and to make it easier for customers to be discovered directly inside of the LLMs. So we now understand what our AEO is. We now understand my perspective on AEO and how that works. Really, it's not keywords, it's queries. Bot visits are taking over the internet, and you need to position your clients to get to be attractive to those bots, so it cites them. And when it cites them, a conversion can happen. When a conversion happens, you get paid, you go to sleep at night, Okay, you're happy, you're fed, and you can buy the things you want to buy in your life, which hopefully their experiences and they're not material things. So let's talk about AEO, selling AEO. This process has never changed in sales. We diagnose the problem, we benchmark where they are, we explain the gap, we give them the exact plan on how we're going to get there, and then we offer them a retainer and we offer it to do it for them. It's never changed. The only difference with AEO now and LLMO and AI visibility is that the way we diagnose is different than the way we've done it in the past. In the past, we may have looked at their website, we may have looked at things like their Google reviews. Now we're actually looking at, are they visible at all? Like, can ChatGPT even find this business for the prompts that they would want to show up for? And then simulating those prompts at scale to see how visible they possibly are compared to their competition. So let's talk about selling AEO. I always start the conversation with a very simple thing when I analyze a business, when I look at measurement. I look at how many reviews they have. Do they have Google Maps? How's their citation? What's their domain authority? Where's their website? Where's their domain registrar? Because every single time for me to improve their LLMO, I need to work on their website. I need to optimize the first party data before I start optimizing the third party data. Okay. And the first party data means, how's their website? How many pages do they have? Are they targeting all their keywords in the pages? Are they adding content on a regular basis to their website? LLMs love fresh information. See it as a news source. It's trying to find recently published information because it knows that freshness is going to serve the user better. So Profound has done many studies on the freshness of content typically gets cited significantly more inside of LLMs. So it's critical you update existing posts and you start creating new posts and you have a cadence for this. Okay. When I work with a client, I'm trying to be selective because I want them to succeed. If they don't succeed, it does me no justice. So I like to know, how's their domain authority compared to the marketplace? Now you may be wondering, domain authority, that's an old SEO metric. And it is. But the fact of the matter is that tells me how likely they are to show up in these prompts if we start optimizing their website. And as an agency, guys, as an agency, it is your responsibility to make sure the customers you accept into your business get results. You are not going to get everybody results. That's why you need to be selective. So for me, that's who has the highest domain authority, who has the highest amount of Google reviews, who has the highest amount of presence. That's my target customer. I don't want to accept the customer into my agency that's still on the starting ground, unless that's what you niche in, right? But if I'm offering them to make them rich, which I often am, I'm going to really look at these different types of things. Like, do you want the freedom to take the kinds of leads that you want? Because I'm going to flood you with leads and you're the perfect candidate for it. So that's what I'm looking for when I look for a client. The success, actually, one more point in there. The quality of your agency is what you let in, okay? Your clients create the quality of your culture, the quality of your agency, the quality of your service, the quality of your life. So be very careful about what you let in. And I look at these metrics as a way to do it. Now, everybody needs to start using this tool as soon as possible. It's called aeo.duda.co. So this has been a game changer tool for us because without even like logging in, without having an account, without whatever, I can just go to aeo.duda.co and I can quickly run a visibility audit, a really small one, just a bite-sized one that I can get for our clients. Very simple to do. When I'm working with a prospective client, I don't have access to their analytics. I don't have access to their tools. So I like using a tool like this to showcase to me what their visibility score is, what the gaps are, what I need to optimize for. And it just gives me my selling proposition really, really quickly. So with that, it'll tell me a couple of things. The first thing is page volume, right? We just took on a client that has 7 pages on their website and they're killing it. They're still doing well, but I know that's where I could do better, especially with dynamic pages in the MCP, like I'm going to show you guys on today's webinar. The schema, do they have local schema set up? In Duda, that's the content management system you're using, makes it super easy. Blog, this website, which is my client, that's why I ran it this way. You can see it's all completed because I am actually delivering this AEO result for them. So kudos to this tool because it's truthful. It's really showcasing to me the optimizations that I've done, and the client has a 100% AI visibility score. And I'm going to show you how to do that because when the client starts with you, they may not have a 100% visibility score. They may have a 30%. Your job is to move them to 100%. So 100% of the times for the prompts that I searched, this client showed up, right? And these are some of the small things that's going to allow you to optimize for that inside of the actual visibility tool. Now, the pitch is the visibility, not necessarily the traffic, okay? Most of the traffic is going to be bots anyways, but the human beings, they're going to see the visibility inside of the actual search results. And so when I start a working relationship with a client, I'm measuring and benchmarking how they're doing from a visibility perspective. That's why that tool like AEO.Duda.co is really useful, because it'll run a sample of prompts, it'll run it against their competitors, and just in a quick, small snapshot, showcase to you how well they're doing inside of the search results, okay? And that's really important because I'm selling the visibility. I'm not necessarily selling traffic. And where you show up in AI Answers is really important as well, because I take this information and I send it to them. And I say, okay, look, you're doing good here. We need to optimize here. You're doing good in GPT. We need to optimize in Gemini. You're doing good in Gemini. We need to optimize in Perplexity, et cetera. Whatever this case situation may be, that's where I'm going to put my time and attention and focus. That's what I'm going to sell them. I'm going to sell them that gap, okay? Because that's what's going to actually help them generate more revenue. Now, a lot of business owners just like to know where they don't show up inside of the search results. And so that's why we use tools that allow us to just do a quick scan of their local marketplace at a prompt level. The system will do the prompt for us and just quickly return at scale, did they show up and did they not show up, and what was the percentage of times they showed up. Now, something really important for you guys to understand with this is you need to go ahead and just make sure that you put in the location modifier of that location, or the prompt's just not going to show up at all. So for example, in this case, it's best dentist near Manhattan Beach, CA. And if I didn't put Manhattan Beach, CA, I would never get a good result. So I always like to put in the location modifier, whether it's the state or the town. I like to add that in there because it allows me to see what their true visibility score actually is. And then show them their competitors, right? People respond well to how good they're doing against the competition. Your weight, your income, your height, your bank account, your average runtime, all of that doesn't matter if you're not comparing it against something else, right? So while comparison is a thief of joy, and we know that as human beings, we hate comparing ourselves, at the end of the day, to get a good measurement of metrics, it's the only way to do it is against your competition. Because I'll enter in a market like Charlotte and I'll look for a junk removal company, and the average review in that market is, let's say, 130, and that's really low. I may look at a different market and the average reviews is 1,300. So is 100 good? Well, in that market it is. Is it good in this other market? Absolutely not. So you need to look at the competition for these averages so you can understand who's doing well, who's not doing well, and how you can optimize to beat their success, okay? In this market, locally in Southington, which is where I'm located, luckily, our client is at a 100% AI visibility for the prompts that we typed in. In this case, the prompts were, as you can see here, med spa, Botox spa, lip fillers, best med spas, etc. So that AI visibility is exactly what we're selling them. So in this report right here from AEO.Duda.co, I'm just showing you, after I did the scan right before this webinar, this is what showed up. And so do this. Go to AEO.Duda.co, bookmark it, start running them, and do your clients justice and let them know you're paying attention to this, guys. Please, it's mind-blowing the amount of agencies that I see servicing clients that don't have an LLMS.txt file on the footer section of the website. These little things. You're in a perception game. You're not in a reality game, okay? The reality is the result that you're getting the client. The marketing of your agency is all perception. You are choreographing that you are an AI SEO agency, okay? Pay attention to that. Because you're gonna lose clients to the agency that is choreographing it the right way. And this is exactly what you're selling. If I were to just put it into one screenshot, this is it. The more times you show up in the citation, it's like a billboard. The more times someone sees you on this billboard, the more likely they're gonna think of you when they get into a car accident, when they wanna go somewhere to eat, when they need a chiropractor, okay? When they wanna buy an automotive tool, when they have an auto body accident, when they need their car window tinted, whatever it is that you are selling, okay? The more times you show up, the more likely you are to generate revenue. Now, just like with search, the citation is a huge deal because the buyer is already looking for you. So that is not just like an ad. It's a high intent person having a conversation with their personalized AI that they know, like, and trust, and is recommending them your business, okay? So if I were to put it in one picture, this is what we're trying to sell. We're trying to make you go from 30% of a certain amount of list of prompts to 80% of a certain amount of list of prompts, okay? That's going to tell me that on average, when we search the web, you're showing up 80% of the time. You're most likely getting results from LLMs. And then obviously when I show you the reporting cadence of it, I'm going to show you how we actually track that. So Anton, I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen really quick because I want to show people some of the real deal here just so I can show them like what I'm thinking. So Anton, give me my screen if you don't mind. This way I could just show this in practice. So it's not just like theory. Okay. So this is the AEO.Duda.co tool. Okay. Very, very simple. I can just put in a domain here and then I can go ahead and click audit for free. Very, very easy to do. Super, super simple. Bookmark this as soon as possible. Right after this call, please bookmark it. And then when I'm going in here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to look up and see what's going on with the business. Like I just showed you in the screenshots before. In the actual webinar, in a couple of more slides, I'm going to go through how inside of the actual site editor, in this case, this is the client that I was just telling you about, ctskin.com. This is the med spa. How I can go in here and start to see a lot of their LLM visibility and then track that into a conversion. And you can see the conversion rates in here. I can see the LLM visibility score. I can see how many visits came in. And most importantly, I can see how many visits are coming in from the bots. Now look at that. 4,530 visitors over the last 7 days. Okay. That's a lot of bot visitors for the last 7 days. And so this is why we need to pay attention to this, because a lot of the things that are coming to the website are from these bots. Okay. Now, when I look at this and I actually look at their domain and their visibility score, I can see what's affecting the actual results here. And you can see all of the competitors. You can see that BBB is a big part of it. Reddit is a big part of it. And I can see the actual places where the conversation is happening, that where if I input their business, they're more than likely going to improve the visibility from the citation score. And so a lot of the off-page SEO, or a lot of the third-party mentions that needs to happen, is absolutely critical. I'll show you another example. This is another example of a client that we're working with AEO. These types of articles, when we do our LLM scans, they're showing to us that this is an important place for them to be, because LLMs are looking at this third-party listicle or this third-party URL to make a decision of when they return this result. Again, for a moving company, this is what I just showed you. You can see it's Reddit, then it's Move Buddha, then it's their actual website, BBB, then it's these local directories. And what's cool about these different websites is if I go here and I search my client, there they are. I can actually contact these third-party directories to pay them or just list my client on there. So we have more of a potential for them to show up at the top of the result there. And so that's what you want to think about when you're going in from there, is you want to just understand where the client is, start there, and then offer them a plan to improve that, and then start measuring the results with different tools like I'm going to show you in just a second here. So that's that. Anton, I'm going to go back to my slides here. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to talk about the offer here, because there's a lot of different ways that you can do this. For our agency, the offer is always a 12-month agreement. Now, we offer the client a buyout or a simple just exit if we don't deliver what we're talking about. So there's terms to the agreement that we discuss, because a lot of the times you may be thinking 12-month agreement. Well, that's insane. Like, people pay month to month. That's just the normal in our agency. Not if you're confident. Okay. Do you go get your cell phone month to month? No. They front you the equipment and then you do monthly installments on it. That's exactly how we see our service. The website, the technical setup, the ongoing relationship, that is an agreement on a monthly installment. We have found that customers are more likely to pay small monthly installments over an extended period of time than give us $24K up front. So for me, that sweet spot is $24K. So if I was working with Shelly and Shelly was saying, okay, this all sounds really great. I can't wait for you to make me more money. I looked at your online reviews. Your presentation was good. What's the cost? And I would say, okay, Shelly, it's a year agreement. It's $24,000, but we do it in 12 payments of $2,000 per month. That's much more comfortable for Shelly to digest than her just ditching out $24K for us, okay? Just like when you buy a car, just like when you buy a house, and we give the client everything they need in that $24,000 really quickly and then recoup the money on a monthly term. So that is the pricing structure that we typically use when it comes to that. The delivery timeline that we utilize is understanding what they want to show up for. We come up with that for them, by the way, guys. We don't ask the customer what they want. Just want to make that super clear. We get that information of what they want in open conversation, but we don't directly ask them, what do you want? What keywords do you want to show up for? What do you want in your website? That's for us to tell them in the consultative program that we're selling, the advisory program that we're offering. It's our job to communicate with them what they should be doing. And if you can come across that way with the client, you're going to be able to charge prices that are way higher than what I charge, way higher than my program of $24,000. But I just want to be clear, at $24,000, they get the website, they get media, photo and video. That's part of our process. When I talk about the actual delivery, I'm going to show you what that looks like. They get the reporting, they get advertising, and they have to be close to us. Like today, I went to a client, I sat on his laptop, and I just gave it myself all the access I need. I'm not doing Zoom. I'm sorry, I just can't do that. I'm coming to you. We're getting this done, and we're going to move. Because if you do this pricing model, you're taking a risk. You're basically taking a risk that the client isn't going to not pay you for the year, but you're delivering way more than $2,000 worth of service for the first month, right? And so you're uploading or you're upfronting a lot of this delivery really, really close. Now, what changes the price? Because not every customer can fall within that. Well, if you have more locations, you're going to have to track more prompts. That's the fact of the matter. The more prompts you track, the more you can actually get a good gauge of how visible that client is in an LLM. Because remember, there's no way to see what people are prompting inside of these LLMs yet. And so the more prompts you add into their tracking, the more truly you can understand how visible they are in these different places. And if they have more locations, that means you need to do more prompts. The competition, the content velocity based on the plan that you prescribe them, how much are you delivering content, the service lines, you're gonna have to create prompts for each of the services that they offer. So these are different things that would affect the price. Think about it this way. How much of a risk are you taking working with a customer? If I was working with a customer that's very well known and anything I do could be a massive problem for them, I'm going to charge a premium. If I'm working with a startup that has flexibility in their brand, and if I make a mistake, it's not going to cost me too much, I'm going to charge them a lot less. So that's where value-based pricing comes along. Think about it this way. Are you more nervous opening the door of a Honda Civic or a Lamborghini? Typically, people are going to say, I'm more nervous opening the door of a Lamborghini. And that's because that car is really expensive. And so you need to charge Lamborghini prices if you're touching a Lamborghini. Does that make sense? So I just want to make that super clear. Value-based pricing is how you do this depending on how risky a business is. That's just how I do it. It's by gut. If I look at Starbucks and I was going to redo Starbucks' logo, would you charge Starbucks more to redo their logo versus a small coffee shop, even if it's the same work and the same logo? The answer is yes. Starbucks taking a much bigger risk than the small coffee shop. So now let's talk about the actual AEO delivery system, okay? So you get the client, you charge them $24K, they're paying you in 12-month installments, you have a $2,000 budget to work with. I don't know if you have an agency, if you're a freelancer, whatever the case may be. You now have to deliver to them AEO services. So let's talk about exactly what that looks like, all right? You want to think about the local AEO ranking factors as much as possible. That AEO.Duda report can show you exactly how a Duda site is optimized for AEO very clearly. It's how correct is your citation information? How many pages do you have published compared to the local market? Do you have an active content plan? And how are you? How is your authority and your reviews online? Now, you may have seen this yesterday or a couple days ago that ChatGPT is now partnered with Yelp. For those of you that don't know this, okay? SERP API, which is the system that allows ChatGPT to search through Google, is in a lawsuit. And the reason why they're in a lawsuit right now is because the ChatGPT is using Google search results, their competitors. So ChatGPT is using a completely different algorithm than Google's using to showcase to these businesses, all right? And so it's really, really critical for you to understand that all of these models rank businesses differently. The principles never change. So that's really about that. And this is the content flywheel that we will utilize when we work with a client. The first step is we'll shoot a video. And I know that sounds like a lot of work. You have to go there. You have to learn some basic video production. You have to put the camera on. And you have to work with the client. It sounds like a lot of work, but here's the value of this, right? When you shoot the video, you upload the video. You now get a transcript. That turns into a blog. That blog has FAQs. You're doing internal links, and then you're distributing it. You're creating a system for the client to follow to show up in Shorts, Instagram, TikTok. We now know social media is being highly cited inside of these LLMs. On their website, you're getting a transcript for all the LLM visibility to publish on their website. This is where we start this content flywheel. It's super, super critical. And then we upload it everywhere as much as we can because these shorts are being cited inside of the Google search results. So if I went in and I typed in, Anton, can I have my screen really quick? I'm just going to share this really quick. Just want to show you guys an example of this. If I went into the search results and I typed in Duda MCP best tips, let's say after this webinar, you're inspired and Ruan Marino has gotten you to think about MCPs and think about AEO just a little bit differently. And you say, okay, let me go to Google and just type in MCP best tips. I want to see that. All right, the first thing you're going to see is not my website. It's YouTube. So these social media platforms are getting cited just as much as the website is. In fact, in this case, you can see that it's going to bring me, so you know what, the video inside of the LLMs. As these LLMs start to develop more content and start to become better and better and better and faster and faster and faster, let's say the LLM is on your device connected to the internet, you're going to be able to just interactively engage with content just like this. So the website's not even going to appear here. So we want to make sure that that content is showing up on Google as much as possible. Okay. And you can see that the citation here is the actual search result in the website of the developer, but a lot of the content that's actually being promoted inside of the LLMs is actually the video. So that's why we start with video for the clients. Back to slides, Anton. So that's that. Now, the content that gets the specifics is always going to get cited more. This case scenario is a custom connectors manufacturer. It's a client that we have. When I have them on video, I don't need to know too much about their services because I'm getting that information from them while they're talking, okay? And so typically what I'll do is I use a little tool called the Pocket AI. And this tool is a physical tool that my clients use and I use to talk to and give me content based on that so that I can just put it directly into Claude, ChatGPT, etc. And that creates the content on their website. This simple physical device transcribes everything that they're saying. It's not their phone, and I can gather their data from Claude from their device into Claude using the MCP. So the reason for that is because I'm never going to be a technical expert in every single thing that our clients do. So I have optimized our agency to use their own words. So what does that look like for an account manager or somebody that's actually working in your business or yourself? Well, it's talking to the customer, interviewing them often, calling their business, gathering information, and turning that into content directly on their website. And this works really well because after I saw an AI result, I clicked it, and this is what's being cited. That's a visibility win for us on static control in your production, which is an important prompt for them to get more business, okay? The cool thing about the videos, anything that you do inside of the Duda platform, specifically because that's what we're using, whatever content management system you're using, you can do it however you want. But we utilize the schema as much as possible, okay? Now, Google has just denounced schema, basically, and just said, look, as long as the LLM can see the HTML and just see the page, don't worry too much about the technical jargon here. Just make sure you're creating good content, right? I still go above and beyond to do this. Now, on most of our websites, Anton, if you can give me the screen one more time, on most of our websites, we will go ahead and take the conversation that we're having with the client. For this case example, we interviewed the client about outdoor kitchens, and then we turn that into content directly on their website, as you can see. And we always just make sure that we have the frequently asked questions widget here. And this information is always accompanied inside of their LLM sitemap. This is something that we started doing about a year ago once Duda started automatically publishing the LLM sitemap directly on the website. Now, look, this is a perception thing, right? Does this have a lot to do with their LLM visibility? To be honest with you, I have no idea. But the fact of the matter is we're adjusting our product to be more AI native so that we can show up in front of the LLMs as a marketing strategy for our agency. So when I open this up, I can clearly see what URLs LLMs are going to pick up information for. Now, if I go in and I type in landscape designer and I go Stanford, which is where they're located, am I going to be able to see them inside of the search results? Yes. But then most importantly, if I click the AI mode, which is really what we're thinking about now, because we know that these are two group things, they're also going to show up inside of the AI search results here. So what I do there is I don't try to create the content myself, and I definitely don't just slop up something from ChatGPT. This tool that I was telling you about before, Pocket, takes my conversations, all of them, takes all of my conversations, transcribes them, and then I can use them for my marketing content. So try to create a cadence with the customer where you're either interviewing them, you're doing video for them, or you're just using a device like the Pocket to transcribe what they're saying. I'm going to show you one more example. This is one that we did called High Rocks Training, which is a popular workout regimen that's happening right now in the United States. Actually, it's happening everywhere. It started in Germany. So let me show you an example of exactly what this process looks like. And it creates a cadence for your account managers too, guys. So this is the exact process that I used for this. You can see here that it all started with a conversation using the Pocket tool, something that I was just telling you about, okay? And so in this conversation, I asked the client a bunch of questions. They gave me the scheduling, they gave me the programming, etc. They gave me all this information. And what I was able to do is I was able to copy the summary, and I was able to create a web page directly inside of the Duda website editor that looks like this. All right. And all of this copy and all of this content actually came from the the Pocket conversation that I had. So I knew it was all accurate. So when I showed this to the customer, it was revisionless design. They were like, hey, no, this looks good. The content's good. This is exactly what I said. How did you do this so quickly? Well, here's the magic. I recorded them. I put that into Claude. I used Duda's AI builder, and then I just changed the text a little bit where it made some mistakes, changed the pictures, and now I had a page. I published it, I indexed it, and now it's in the AI overviews. So if someone ever wants to do Hyrox training in their area, they'll now see this highly optimized page with the client's words, okay? So for those of you that are watching and you want to level up your AEO game, get one of these bad boys, okay? You don't need to do the Pocket, just anything that's physical that allows you to take with you and your customers and talk with them. Because when I open up Claude and I say, and I give it a prompt, gather Pocket AI info, okay? When I go in here, this can just connect to my conversations that I've had in Claude. And guess what? This can also connect to the Duda content management system. And so if I'm trying to create a workflow that's repeatable for my account managers to get more LLM visibility, this is how I'm starting. I'm interviewing the customer, I'm putting that data inside of the Claude, and then I'm creating web pages using AI with perfect text from what they said. Because you don't want to use regurgitated content from just like straight up ChatGPT. That's never going to rank well, okay? So I hope that makes sense. Anton, can you give me my slides back? All right. So that's how I'm using and creating the content plan, all right? Now, we know that over 50% of the internet is using crawlers. And so a lot of the times, if you're using DNS management software like Cloudflare, you could be blocking those crawlers. So I personally let all of the crawlers in. So this is a nice little screenshot from a software that you use that shows me all of the crawlers that are currently hitting our site. And you can see the top 3 are the ones you really need to pay attention to. It's ChatGPT, it's Anthropic's, and it's Google's. Those are the consumer popular AIs. Those are the ones that I think are going to stay around pretty much forever at this point, right? All the ones below that, I typically don't pay too much attention to. And if you went to somebody and you asked them what ByteSpider is, they probably wouldn't know. And so the LLMS allows me to see those URLs really quickly, and I put them at the footer of each of our websites just to showcase the clients that we are paying attention to this kind of stuff, and I can actually tell them that. Now, when we do the indexation process, I look at 2 different places. I'm looking at Google and I'm looking at Bing. The reason for that is because we know ChatGPT is using Bing. We know Google is using Google. And so I'm indexing this information in both places to make sure that that URL is as optimized as possible in both of them. This was that conversion I showed you before of that pest control company. And you can see that I'm optimizing this stuff inside of Google. And that's not only giving me more results inside of Google, that's also giving me more results inside of the actual LLM as well. So the outcome is more citations and more mentions. So I want to show something to you guys really quick. Anton, can you give my screen back? Okay. So this is my screen right now, right? So this is, I gathered Pocket information, and now I can just run a skill and call it draft blog. And now what's going to happen is Claude is going to take that conversation and just draft a perfect web page to the client's website from the Duda MCP. So now you're creating a workflow where you're talking to the customer and you're drafting articles on their website that's from what they've said or what their customers have said, and you're creating that cadence to make sure they show up for all different types of prompts. So once that's done loading, I'll show you guys what that came out like. Anton, let me get back to my slides. And now we're going to talk about proof and measurement. Because if you're doing all this work, that's great, but you've got to be able to showcase to the customer that it's actually working. Probably the best way to do this is to start finding wins, okay? Looking at the calls, looking at the forms, and seeing if people are mentioning where they found them. And for me, I literally just add a drop down to our contact forms. How'd you find us? And I add AI as an option. When I get one of these, I screenshot it and send it to the customer. Like, hey, look at this person found you in AI. This person found you in AI. I'm like a little kid with candy, right? And so I'm like, hey, look, AI. I'm trying to showcase to them that this service works, and I'm selling them and retaining them. Just because you sold them once doesn't mean you don't need to continue selling them on an ongoing basis, okay? And so with that being said, I also look at the visibility score. This visibility score is going to be where you're seeing if your prompts are improving or if your prompts are decreasing. Now, keep in mind, guys, there's volatility inside of all of this. So one day you're going to show up for a prompt, one day you're not. What you're looking for is the trend long term. Are you growing or are you decreasing? For us, that's a year engagement. That's not like a month. You're not going to make a lot of impact in a month. I typically like to look at it for a year. When that working relationship starts with that client, just keep in mind, they're going to have ants in their pants. They just gave you a bunch of money and they don't even know if it's going to work. So try to keep showcasing to them in the beginning that what you're doing is working. Start the relationship super high touch. Mr. Customer, here's where you are. Look, a lead just came in from GPT. Let's keep going. Can I interview you? We're coming to do a video. Hey, can you send me all your Zoom transcripts? Get engaged with the customer of getting their data and turning it into content directly on the website, okay? So the visibility score is really, really, really critical. And as I mentioned before, the visibility score literally means nothing unless you compare it against competitors. So if you're doing well, tell your customer. If you're not doing well, tell them what you're working towards. The way you position and the way you frame it creates the brand of your agency. So it's really, really critical that you do that. And then I like to show them the LLM share as well, because a lot of the times this is going to change per business. When we do this research for our retail sites like a med spa versus a manufacturing website, the LLM share is completely different. It's going to work well in some key markets. It's going to be completely different in other markets. Perplexity shows up in some markets. ChatGPT dominates other markets. So find what makes sense for you and optimize that, okay? And then from here, I'm just going to switch back over to my screen because I want to showcase to you guys how this works right here and how I actually do this. So Anton, I'm going to go back to my screen really quick, and I'm going to go to the dashboard. So this is what I will typically use when I'm working with a website and I'm starting to do LLM tracking and I want to get stuff quickly, okay? I'm going to go in here and I'm going to look at all of the different things that I can see over time. Now, generally speaking, what I'm looking for here is I'm looking to see the visibility just as a snapshot. The visibility score here is 99%. Of course, I've told you I've been working with this client for a couple of years now, so I'm not surprised. And then I'm looking at the actual responses here, and I can look at all of the different types of prompts that they're actually running right inside of here. And so this is really important for you guys to understand because you're either going to show a good visibility score or a bad visibility score depending on the prompts that you select. So as you can see, I'm trying to select just the main ones because if I go to Google and I just type this in really quick inside of the search results, I'm probably going to show up because that's their main keyword and that's where they're mainly located. So if I go to AI mode, no surprise, they're going to show up here. But the problem is I can't search this on a daily basis for all of our clients. Like that's just unrealistic. It's unreasonable. I'd rather just pay a software that does it. I can drop in my prompts literally and then just monitor that over time, right? So that's where I'm really coming up with these prompts. Now, for those of you that don't know which prompts to start with, typically what I'll do is I will start with Google Search Console as a good starting point for these prompts. So if I'm stuck on like, what should I look up? What kind of prompt should I look up? Generally speaking, what I'll do is I'll go to Google Search Console and I will just start looking at which queries have the highest amount of impressions. That means that's what's being searched the most. And then I'll add the location modifier directly next to it. So this would be lip filler Southington. This would be lip injection Southington, laser hair removal Southington, etc. So this is where I'll get good ideas for my prompts that I want to start tracking because this is validated data that Google's giving me. So this is a really good start to not make it all a hypothesis and instead start to give it some really cool data. That's where I'll start on actually analyzing my prompts directly inside of here, okay? So you can see that that's where I look at the prompts here. Now, if I look at the competitors here, I can see that I'm really worried about 3 competitors, okay? I typically in a marketplace only worry about the competitors that are at my level. Like Michael Jordan's not going to look at a brand new basketball player as his competitor. He's going to look at LeBron James or whatever that case might be. Generally, for me, this is for a domain authority and reviews. Which competitor comes close to me in that? Which competitor comes close to me in reviews? That's generally speaking who I'm going to look at as my competitor. And so for this case scenario, I used 3. Now, you may not be surprised that when I look inside of the actual search results, these competitors are also going to show up inside of the actual AI results and in the Google Maps. So I'm trying to find the competitors that make the most sense so that when I'm doing my competitive analysis, I'm actually utilizing those competitors as much as possible, okay? Now, inside of this right here, this is where long-term when I'm working with the customer, I can see if they're improving for their set of prompts or if they're decreasing for their set of prompts. And in this case, you can see the purple line is our client, which means for the set list of prompts that I have, we're showing up the most for that list of prompts, which good. That's what we want to be showing up for. And you can see that the source site tip mentions here, this is really important because sometimes you're going to do this and you're going to be surprised to see that Yellow Pages is one of the biggest mentioned sources here. And you're thinking like Yellow Pages, I haven't optimized that in 12 years. Well, and the reality of the fact is, how does this business show up in Yellow Pages? How does this business show up in Bird Eye? I've never even heard of this, okay? I've never heard of this. So I may open up these different types of citations when I'm working on their third-party services and start to look and see like, why is this being cited when someone makes a ChatGPT search result for this query? Or Yellow Pages. I might open this up and just make sure that A, the business is listed, and let's just go ahead and see if it is. And then B, when was the last time I actually optimized this business, okay? So let's see here if this is actually located. And there it is. It's sponsored. I don't know why, or I think we're doing some directory advertising. That might be why. And here's the business right here. So you can see it's optimized. The citation's optimized. It has the name. It has the category. No reviews on Yellow Pages. That might be something we think about. Has all the descriptions, have all the logos, etc. So this is intentional work that we are doing to make sure that this client is showing up. But we're not just optimizing any random directories. We're optimizing the directories that show up in the source mentions. And you can read here, this is which websites AI engines cite the most when optimizing for this brand. And here's the thing, guys, it's different for every customer you do. This med spa and this market, the source mentions are going to be different than a med spa and Shelly's market. They're just going to be completely different. So make sure you pay attention to this, because out of 470 chats, think about how long it would take you to go into ChatGPT and search 470 times and then compile this data and see which source mention is optimized the most. I now have a reason to get my client to pay for that Yellow Pages sponsorship, okay? Or get my client to invest in optimizing, or get my client to involve in the listing. And the biggest one recently is getting my client to sign up for the BBB, the Better Business Bureau. Those are the kinds of things you want to start thinking about when you are doing the brand positioning, so that you can increase your visibility over time, okay? Now, one thing that I really like that has inside of the actual content management system, which, by the way, I'm just going to show you this really quick. So I took the conversation, I went into Claude, and I just used my draft blog skill. Claude found the site ID. It drafted the blog. It put it into the site. It gave it a URL structure. It gave it an author. And there you go. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our Duda site editor here. And I'm literally just going to go to the website. And I'm going to see how that blog came out. And you can see how this is going to enable you. It's going to empower you to do rapid first-party data. But it's important that you keep talking to the customer, because that's where the content's going to come from. So here's the blog, and here's the headline. Here's the text. This looks like it's a global text, so I'm just going to change that. And here is the blog article based on the conversation that I had with them from my pocket device. So from a physical device in the real world came this piece of content directly in the Duda Site Manager. Okay, and this is exactly how we're handling AEO content going forward for all of our clients. Is we're having real conversations with them, and then we're creating that post directly inside of the content management system. I could just literally like go on a walk and create content for my customers. It's super, super powerful. And the cool thing about this too is it does the URL, it does the title tag, meta description, it gives it tags, it gives me all of the descriptions I need here, and then I can just optimize and publish it, okay? So that's how I go from these real conversations I'm having with my customers. This is my delivery cadence. It's interview, videotaping them, using Claude, drafting it directly from the Duda MCP directly inside of there. Now I can do this too, okay? Duda website stats. This is another MCP call that I can make directly inside of the same conversation. So let's say the client said, okay, this is awesome. How is our site doing? I don't need to open up these dashboards anymore. I can just, in one conversation for my delivery for AEO, start to actually just go ahead and do this stuff directly inside of Claude using the Duda MCP. It's super, super, super powerful stuff. So when that loads, I'm going to go ahead and bring that back up on the screen. But Anton, if you can give me my slideshow back, that would be amazing. All right. So brand positioning, adding your prompts. We just talked about that. I use Google Search Console and proof of concepts, right? As I'm doing this, I'm not just assuming that people think and know what I'm doing. I'm showing them. These are a couple screenshots that I've gotten recently. Okay. First person to say this, they found us on ChatGPT. Another client, hey, ChatGPT, someone was researching implants. They found us. Hey, ChatGPT, we show up -- Hey, my AI assistant, we found you. We found your tree company using my AI assistant. What I'm trying to communicate here is none of this is industry agnostic. All of this applies to every industry you could possibly work with, okay? So it's not just one industry is what I'm trying to say. It works for each and every single industry that you could possibly work with. All of them need better LLM visibility, all right? And so I gather that information and send the visibility scores often. Sell the optimization in between on an ongoing basis. You were not mentioned. You are mentioned. Here's how we're going to analyze that information. Here's how we're going to actually do that. So before I get into questions, Anton, can you just give me my screen one more time? Okay. When we look at what's working, this is generally speaking how we do it. We will find that customers are finding us through GPT. We are listening to their phone call, and we are seeing that the customer called us and they have an issue and they found us through ChatGPT. Now the customer can envision that real money is coming in from their website, and they found us through these LLMs. So if you listen to this phone call, you'll hear, I found you in AI, because all our customers ask, how'd you find us? I found you guys through ChatGPT. Here's what I searched. I need this help. What do you guys do? We charge this. We come to your house. We take care of it. Now you have real money that came directly from the actual LLMs. Okay. So that's how we're doing it from a call tracking level. Is we're adding the call tracking to the client's website, and then we're monitoring how much is coming from GPT. We're communicating that with the client, and then we're improving that on an ongoing basis. All right. So this is the site stats that I was just loading before. I just want to showcase to you guys how powerful this is. So you can see how it's gathering site statistics. It's gathering an activity log of what we've done on that website. It's gathering more site statistics. And I was telling you guys this before, that this actually does show you the LLM visibility as well, and the bot traffic by LLM directly inside of this. So you can run an automation using Cowork, using Claude, whatever it is that you want to do, that does this for all of your accounts on Monday morning. And now all of your account managers have a drafted report that they can send to their customer from the Duda site stats. I very rarely log into the actual editor to accomplish a lot of things like this, okay? So here's the actual report. It looked at June, year-to-date trend, etc. So as that loads, I know we're running out of some time here, but you can see how it's generating that report right now. I will open to questions now. I only have a minute.
Wow, I know. Actually, I'm like going through my long list of questions I have prepared for you and trying to cherry pick. First of all, mind-blowing information you're providing. I don't know what's better, the genius of Bruin or Duda's tool set. I'm totally impressed. I need to log back in and play around. They're clearly rolling out and investing super heavily in this space. So I'm super excited there. You talked about MCPs and the power of Claude, which I agree, my favorite LLM as well. What are some go-to, besides Duda MCP, what are some other default ones that you recommend installing, whether it's a business owner or an agency owner or another marketer?
Well, there's the basics, right? There is the Gmail, Calendar, Canva, DocuSign, Google Drive. The Meta MCP allows you to see Facebook ad stats. The Slack MCP, like I rarely send Slack messages anymore. MCP does it all for me. There's a tool called Windsor.ai, which allows you to do all of your ad accounts in one place as an MCP. There's Splashdot, which is my tool, which is going to allow you to do a lot of competitive analysis directly inside of Claude. There's CallRail, there's Figma. So really getting creative with it is where I would go. There's Ahrefs or SEMrush, whatever one you're using, or you're using both, right? And so you can do one conversation and talk to all these tools at once to really Frankenstein your own use case. So CRMs, right? Like, so there's HubSpot, there's Go High Level. All of these tools are rushing to make these MCPs because they know the future is people like myself going on a walk. We call it a Claude walk. And basically we're just on a Claude walk, no shoes on, in the grass, talking to this tool, and then it's doing work.
I love that. I've actually seen Pocket advertised, and I saw someone mention in the chat how, do you use Zoom recording and transcribe and feed that into Claude? But given you, which obviously, yes, like I do that as well. I use Loom as well. But you are physically going to your clients in person. And so obviously those don't work for in-person conversations. So Pocket, I bookmark that because I'm definitely.
Yeah, we love it. I mean, it's completely changed our business. And the cool thing about Pocket is you can do a phone call too. So like you can turn it on, it'll transcribe the entire phone call. So we have a team of people in our group that just call clients all day, gather information, and that creates the content.
Awesome. I would be curious on the selling AEO services. You actually spoke to the importance of working with or only taking on quality clients or, quality in, quality out. How have you had to fire any clients or let them go? Or what are some of the tells and red flags in those initial conversations that help you identify an unfit client?
Well, here's the thing. The client's always right. And if you take on a client, you've accepted the responsibility of what you sold them. So if a client's upset, it's your fault, ultimately. And so sometimes you need to discharge a client just because you did the wrong thing and it's not going to work. The relationship's not going to get better. The trust is broken. And you typically find that when they start micromanaging you and asking for a lot of things randomly, like access to the analytics account or et cetera. It's almost like if you were in a relationship and someone wanted to look through your phone every single time you did something, that's when you know the trust is broken. And so for me, I like to be proactive and just let them know, like, this is not a good working relationship. You should find another agency. We'll host your website for now, et cetera. So we do discharge quite often, but we also get fired quite often. So I believe in at-will relationships. Just like every relationship, they should be free to go and come as they please. Now, the reason why we do the contract is because we invest significant amount of resources up front for the client. And if we charge them just $2K, the agency's made no money. We make our money in, year 2, 3, 4, 5 with the client, just like a SaaS business. So the red flag really is like you set the wrong expectation. It's your fault. You let the client in. They're always right. They're just your customer. They're doing what you told them to do. So for me, it's when the client starts getting untrustworthy of our services. They start asking for too many things. They start not trusting us. It becomes a problem. Everything we recommend, they don't want. That's typically the red flag, is when the trust starts to go away.
Makes sense. I agree. I like the at-will model for sure. Curious, can you describe an example of what a video might look like that you go and you film for your clients?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is, anytime we do a client meeting, we're always thinking about what the focus is. So businesses change, and that change is your opportunity, because they're not going to stay the same forever. They're not going to use the same agency forever. Eventually they change. Everything changes, right? And so for us, a good example is something like this. I'm just going to share it for just 2 seconds, Anton, if you don't mind. But for one of our clients, they just bought a new machine. It's a screen printing machine. And you can see this post was done on July 10th, right? And if I just search this on Google, I don't know if we index this yet, but yeah, there it is. Okay. So it's like showing up inside of the search results. It's there. This is a piece of content that we created with them. And really all it is us going into the actual business, sitting them down like this, and then interviewing them about this topic, right? And that gets published directly to their YouTube channel. On their YouTube channel, already we're just like doing much more than another agency would do. But then this also generates the transcript. And this transcript of the client saying exactly what they think about this topic becomes the article here. So it's always accurate. It never gets disapproved. It's always exactly what they want. So this is a good example. Is we'll basically just sit down the business, give them a microphone, give them some basic lighting, and just talk to them, and then make it into a short video. And then that becomes our creative.
I love that. Actually, I'd be curious, what type of, let me see, hold on one second. I had a good question for you. I want to wrap this up because I know we are running over, but I'd be curious, what is the one thing you do differently if you were starting this service line from scratch today?
I would do no Zoom. I would do all in person. I would make sure that all of my meetings with the customers in person. I would work at their business. So like I would do like hours of work at their business with them. And I would do everything exactly the opposite that most agencies would do. I would take the least amount of shortcuts possible. I would focus on my immediate local market. I wouldn't take any out-of-state clients. And I would really make my service media first, meaning I would get good at video, get good at photo, and make that core to my offering, because every website company doesn't do that. And then I would think about their brand more holistically, and I would use their website for my marketing. I would put my logo at the bottom of their website. I would really think about spending as much time as possible with the customer in the flesh.
Fantastic advice. We are getting a lot of, this has been brilliant in the chat. I definitely agree. Duda has actually popped in Ruan's LinkedIn URL in the chat. So if you did not get your question answered or something comes up afterwards, please connect with Ruan, send him your messages and your questions. I highly encourage. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Actually, both you for presenting and Duda for hosting, and for putting on such a informative local AEO. I am so used to SEO. AEO webinar today.
Thanks, Shelly.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.